Okay. How about that? It seems that for some reason the mic just decided it didn't have a source. So that's funny. I did not notice that because I saw the bar for mic audio. I didn't really think about it. Saw the one for Minecraft game audio working. So, hooray! I now have audio. Thank you, Ox, for saving the stream. I appreciate it. But yeah, hi. Hello, Ox. May I ask you, what is the good cause? If you are interested in sharing what the good cause is. I'm going to kind of go back over what I had said in approximately the couple minutes that I was muted. Not truly muted, just, again, apparently OBS decided to forget what my mic source was and say, no, I will not record a microphone. Ooh, the expensive donut place. Sounds exciting. The expensive donut place. Okay, $35. What did you get for $35 at the donut place? I'm so curious. If this is the donut place that I am aware of and not some other more expensive donut place. Nice. We love good tacos. Beep, 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 beep. But anyway, yeah, in my opening spiel that my microphone decided it didn't want to listen to, I was talking about how I want to... Oh, it's funny that that makes crystals. I wanted to rework this area and replace that with kind of a terracotta design, like the Badlands kind of vibe, because it fits much more with the rest of the vibe of this house. So I think my first adventure for the day is going to be to go find a Badlands to kind of look at, because I don't think I've really ever spent very much time in one. And the only time that I can think of that I was in Badlands, I immediately went underground. So I didn't really get a very good look at what a Badlands looks like. But yes, I decided to sacrifice my $35, and it was right by the good taco place. I didn't have dinner plans, and I have good tacos. We love that. But for $34.75, I have acquired 7 donuts. Are any of them the Texas donut? Also, hey, Ghost Boy, it is good to see you. Welcome to the party, aka the stream. Okay, so not that donut place. They're the really expensive place that I just found, or a different really expensive place that I'm like truly forgetting? Oh, really? Is there one closer to you? Or did you go to that donut place? Is that a chain? I actually didn't even bother to look if that was a chain. If so, you've been on quite an adventure to go try these donuts. Okay, cool, gotcha. Well, I'm really curious. I don't think I sent this to you, Ghost Boy, but I found a donut place yesterday that the dozen donuts was like $72 or something like that. And it was quite impressive. I was like, ooh, what a price for donuts. That's crazy. Obviously for anyone going to TwitchCon, what I've learned is San Diego is expensive. I have not been down there incredibly often. So I'm sorry, San Diego. I did not recognize your donut game. Alright, there are actually some decent Badlands not too far from us here. So we should be able to shoot on over to those pretty easy. But yeah, I would be so curious to hear how those donuts are. I'd actually, if you tell me that they're good, perhaps one day I will try the donuts. I didn't want to yesterday because we were out and about. We had some food. We were just getting tea and we were going somewhere. I would have loved to try a donut. Perhaps even the one that I sent the picture that was on their little billboard that was like a pizza donut. That was kind of weird. A lot of it was kind of weird, to be fair, by the look of it. Yeah, San Diego. aside from the like absolutely insane prices for stuff, a lot of it was pretty chill and very cool. But it was crazy, Ghost Boy. When I was there, I was just trying to find parking in the area because I went to a music show at a nightclub. And it was all right, cool. Going the roughly the direction we'd like to be going. But it was in kind of the downtown San Diego area, and I was shocked by the prices of parking. I ended up paying $33 for parking, and it ended up being nice because it was truly like one of the only flat rate, easy, just cool. We did it. I found the parking, and I've parked here. Other ones were like hourly with a daily. It wasn't even hourly. It was like it ran up every 15 minutes, and the cap was at $48. And then one was one when we put in the amount of time we needed to stay, it just immediately spat out, oh, that'll be $55. And I was like, oh, crazy, because the $55 one was directly across the street from the $33 one, and I was like, why would I ever park in this parking lot that's $55? Oh, that's funny. The donut place is an LA chain that has one San Diego location. There's a bundle in here. Ooh, Villager shut that door on me. Interesting, though. I didn't know that. Have you tried any of the donuts yet, Ox? Are they good? Or are we still waiting to finish tacos? Oh, better not let their sheep out. You tried a sample bite and it was good enough to convince me to invest. Okay. Do they offer sample bites like at the place? Or I think I do think I will complain that we're getting stale donuts. I think I don't exactly blame the place for that, considering the time of day we've arrived, that they're not exactly the freshest donuts like 30 minutes before the donut place closes. I get why we're not still making donuts at that time. And I don't truly hold that against their quality. I do just think you get somewhere 30 minutes before it closes. Oh, okay. This place closes at 7. Whee! Alright, well, I have located a Badlands. I kind of want to use these tones down here, so we're going to screenshot this really quick. Maybe over here it's got some interesting... These are not bad up here. Okay, but so... This place is always making them fresh. That's cool. Are they, like, fresh to order donuts? Or are they just, we're always churning out fresh donuts? Because fresh to order donuts would be pretty crazy, and I would truly understand why they are expensive if they're fresh to order. But yeah, so I was mentioning Ox, and I explained before you informed me that my mic was not working, that I want to work on the staircase in the apartment that I built, and I want to replace it kind of with the vibe of the Badlands and not the Geode. And then see, I like that it's using the Dark Oak, because that actually makes my job a little bit easier. I'm already kind of using Dark Oak. Interesting that it's planks and not logs. Oh, I guess they only use logs on the platform, don't they? Okay. Anyway. But yeah, not to order, but they claim that nothing is more than an hour old. Okay. What are the and yeah, abandoned mine shafts are super extra common in the Badlands, as is gold ore if you need that. Yep, the only time I've been to the Badlands was that one time I needed gold ore. So, there's one cactus in there. Alright, let's see. Let's just meander my way back to my base, and then we will go back to the creative world. But, yeah, I'm curious what kind of donuts you got at the donut place. Any of the donuts that you're particularly excited to try out? So I didn't really get a great look at the menu. I was really quite overwhelmed by the fact that when I tried to check the directions the rest of the way to the nightclub, that the drive was almost the same duration for the last 20 miles as it was for the first 80 miles, which I found quite upsetting. And was just like, how does that work? All right, San Diego. Again, excuse me, I did not recognize your game. Very expensive, and also impressive traffic. Because that's pretty crazy. Okay. Apple fritter is the Friday special, and mine came straight out of the fryer and into the box. That sounds good. I hope it's a very good donut. Are there good 24-hour donut places by where you live, Ghost Boy? Since you're kind of truly not sure how things look like where you are. Over here, obviously, in the greater Los Angeles area, it is quite easy to find a donut place, and not too hard to find donut places that are open 24 hours. Are they going to be like the most amazing, best quality donuts? Debatable, probably not. Most of the incredibly fancy donut places are the type of place that close at 7 p.m. But you will be able to get donuts at any time of day. And then Ox says, got cookies and cream, butter and salt, vanilla bean, huckleberry, Saigon cinnamon, maple bacon, and apple fritter. If I had to rank these donuts, actually, I think they all sound good, except I don't really know what huckleberry is trying to tell me. I assume it's berry. I actually don't know if huckleberries... Never really thought too hard about that, and I assume huckleberries are a type of berry. Oh, hello, Acorn. It's good to see you. Welcome to the stream. It is impossible to rank them, but I want them all. I could yeah. Like I said, I don't actually know that I have any idea what Huckleberry actually is. I assume it's a type of berry. I've never thought about it beyond the adventures of Huckleberry Finn. But butter and salt, frankly, sounds like kind of the least interesting of these donuts. I'm not a butter person. I don't know. How about you all, chat? Are you butter people? When, like, you get breakfast at a restaurant and they give you that huge glob of butter, are you actually using all of that butter, or is that just an overwhelming amount of butter? For me, I'm like, I'm dying here, Scoop. That's so much butter. And I'm just, like, unable to actually use it all. I actually use incredibly, but not... I barely touched that. But I was out to breakfast with a friend a couple weeks ago, and I was impressed. They managed to use, like, all of it. All of the butter. And I was like, wow, I'm not butter pilled enough for this. But yeah, Acorn says, hello, happily, if only for the food and to visit Eve. Be very fun. I would love to do a food tour sometime. Same thing, Ghost Boy. You gotta get out here. We'll get the whole gang together and we'll do the big food tour. Be very exciting. Acorn says, I've once heard about Huckleberry Jam, and I've wanted to try it ever since. I guess there must be Huckleberry Jam. That makes sense. I think Ox is saying that she enjoys butter, if I'm ordering these messages correctly. Acorn says, I only eat butter in Italian restaurants and at home. Ghost Boy being very helpful. It's obviously a berry that huckles. What would a huckle be? Is it chuckle adjacent? The butter and salt is good. Big shout out to butter. That would track. I think, Ghost Boy, to my understanding, you come from the land of quite a lot of butter in things. Yeah, very down for the food tour. These are the softest cake donuts that Ox has ever had. That's very exciting. I guess that's another one I've never really thought of. Are cake donuts truly meant to just have the consistency of cake? That would track another thing I've never put too much thought of, because cake donuts always have, like, a texture. It's kind of hard, honestly, for the most part. The cake donut, kind of a weird thing, because it's not really cake. It's called a cake donut. But so what do I need here? I need orange sand, orange terracotta, yellow, brown, the lighter browns. Okay, but orange sand is the only thing where I'm like, that's kind of a weird Badland item. Acorn says that Val Kilmer is a huckle. Yeah, good. Have a good time doing whatever you need to do, Ghost Boy. I do not have a lurk message of any kind, so have fun lurking. And then Ox says that these are more cake than most, which is cool. I mean, if this place is actually good, I would love to try it. I was really just sticker shocked by the $72 dozen of donuts, which was quite quite impressive, even by LA standards. Oh god, that's light gray? What world is that light gray? Oh, hey Skylar. It's good to see you. Oh yeah, but Skylar, I think I posted a picture of it in the Treehouse Discord. I found a donut place over by TwitchCon that was $72 for a dozen donuts. And I was truly sticker shocked by donuts. I was like, oh my god, what am I looking at? That's crazy. No, and they weren't even like the obviously obscene, because I've seen that before. If you're from like LA, you've seen the classic, what's it called? The actually unhinged gold leafed object that's food. And they're just like, look, it's now worth $100. Don't you want your like Dubai gold? What, we've made everything Dubai gold, which is apparently was some sort of TikTok thing. I don't know TikTok things, so I was just like, what the hell is this? What are we doing, guys? It's really funny that it's the cheapest way to make food expensive, because it's quite insane. So this is all kind of the lighter colored terracottas. I think I'm going to stick with those over the more orange ones. I want to have the entrance be a little bit more mellow than the rest of this. But yeah, welcome to the stream, Skylar. You have, at least at some point, seen some of what I'm working on, but I will give a little bit more of the walking tour since we have a few people who have not seen it, or at least not this part. Welcome to the apartment that has cursed my life and I've been stuck on for a while. This is the weird upper floor of this big apartment building. And see if I... This is the apartment. I'm very curious if any of you would live here. We have this nice sandstone facade with a light across the top. I love that light setup. A little bit of prismarine. Then when we come in, we have... This is the living room area. This is going to be the kitchen. I just haven't built a kitchen yet. Once I figure out how to approximate a kitchen without attaching it to every window, I will have it here. But I wish these had like some glass panes had a toggle state. Do not attach to stuff. That'd be like sick as hell, actually. But yeah, we have then the bedroom area in here, which has your bed in the back corner, kind of like that. And then this kind of desk area with the shelf. A little bit of armor stands. I haven't figured out if I want to do anything here yet. Our cool light fixtures that I really like. And then the tiny approximation of bathroom. And then we got this thick staircase that I really like that leads up to your upper entertaining area. You got your little bar, some seating, fire pit, your decorative cactus back there. And this area I enjoy because it's designed to hide all the lights. The lights are actually going up basically through the floor level And so everything is, I've had to really work hard in this apartment to kind of, because all my floors and everything is so thin, I have to really hide like what I'm doing. So like here, this is, I kind of like the way that this looks, right? I think it's pretty cool. It's like a nice little table with a weird like floor light setup. Kind of a obvious little distinction area for why it's there. Some symmetrical, just here's a line, there's a line. Kind of decent symmetry here and everything, right? And the thing is that on the bottom, it's because it's the light fixture for the entrance, and I had to just figure out, like, how do I make this work? Because my floor is only a slab. So anything that I build that's in either the floor or the ceiling, I have to make it make sense with the floor above it. So like these things, my little lights to kind of light up the hallways, they either need to be under things on the upper floor or they're sitting here like this. So it's interesting. This has been quite a thinking project. There's a lot of me trying to figure out just how to make things make sense. Because like here, I wanted to put details in this wall, but any detail I put in the wall automatically shows on the other side of the wall because it's just, again, so thin. I'm trying to use walls instead of full blocks just because I want to create... I want to not expand the footprint, but I want to just make it feel as spacious as I can. So it's all just quite a lot of... It's been quite an adventure pondering the orb and figuring out, okay, how can I do this? How can I make this work? I want it to just be kind of like, here's kind of the air quotes, the sort of simple entrance. It's not super eye-catching yet. And then I want to do like a natural stone feature. I had a big geode here originally. I've taken it out because much as I love using big geodes for decorating, I didn't understand how the big geode made any sense in the space, considering the rest of it became very desert themed. Fox says, honestly, leave the stair the way it is. Challenge stair. In parkour civilization, your rent is what you have to... So you have to do parkour to get into your apartment. Acorn says, Eve, totally not a builder. Winter, I'd live there if it wasn't priced like the penthouse it is. Yeah. Rooms sharing the same wall can be annoying when building. They truly are. And the big geode equals modern art. It kind of was. The other thing that I kind of wanted to try to evoke was a bit of the... If you ever go look at any of the assorted Frank Lloyd Wright buildings where he just keeps some sort of big stone thing in the house, or he puts one in, I really enjoy those vibes. So I was like, well, I kind of want to see what I can do with that. And then, yeah. I hope that this will one day be built on Treehouse, and I have to live up to the detail of a Skylar building. We gotta match the neighborhood. So I'm working hard. So what colors should we do? The darkest color, then lighter, then it goes darker again. It's cool. So it's like the dark brown, the more orangey brown, the palest brown, and then the other not pale brown. That's... Oops. So that'll be this one at the bottom, that one, that order. Let's get these around. Yeah, Skylar really did set a great standard for the look of the neighborhood. We are big Skylar fans here. Skylar builds are very cool. Alright, so now we're just gonna start like slamming down blocks. Just to kind of get in the color and see how this looks. Nope. Switch to the next color. And then we switch back because they do that. I do actually want to see if I can parkour this really quick. Surely this is not the hardest parkour I've ever built. I still don't have a dedicated sprint button. I am double... Well, there might be one, and I've just never looked. I am double tapping forward to sprint. So I parkour in a slightly parkour insane way. Control is the default for sprint. Is it? Oh, and it's doing something. Tweakaroo. So it's not for me. And that means it's not for Ox either at this point. So I want to leave, I think I want to leave that one open. And I want to knock that. No, wait, I would have to put this one here. Okay. That. I want to do some fences like that. Maybe that'll have me fill that one in. And then I question if I want to leave it more like that, make it a good nook. I kind of wish I could bring this out. A little bit more. Kind of give the vibe of the mine. But I don't have a great way to overhang this. And where I've placed my other stair doesn't allow me it big. So let's take that one out. Put one of these. And knock that. Does that look any good if I put... Because that would let me do something kind of interesting. If I have space in there. Kind of do. So if I... No, I don't think I like what that's doing. So I think if I knock that one, put this one, then put this back, can I get away with hiding light in there? The real question. The other adventure of this build has been trying to figure out how to hide lighting wherever I can. I kind of wish I could get some lighting in there. This area is... It's not unlit, but it could be a little better. I could maybe actually hang a lantern here now that it would make a little bit more sense, seeing as I'm evoking mine a little bit more. Yeah, more like an acorn building. Y'all are super detailed with your builds. Let's actually turn this back off for now. We don't need the fancy shaders for this stage of build. I do kind of like how that turned out. I don't want to see... Maybe I'll knock that and actually just put these in here. And that would let me... Then I could knock these and put those. So that you really get this alternating stair all the way. That's kind of fun. Kind of like that. Yeah, I actually do like that. Let me put something like right there. I do like this more than the geode that I originally had. I do like this color scheme too, actually. I want to see if maybe I can figure out a place to work a little bit more of these colors in. Yeah, Control W, you'll sprint forward. Okay. Oh, I do see that. Cool. That will help me parkour when parkouring is required. But yeah, are super detailed. So are you. Love. Yeah, I agree with Acorn here. I love all of Skylar's decorated small builds. They're very cool. I feel very cramped working in small spaces, and sometimes I look at the stuff that you put out, Skylar, and I'm just like, these are pretty cool. They're very good use of small space and managing to keep builds from spilling out and being quite large. Like this thing. This thing is quite large. All in service of this ground floor being sick as hell. Love it. Very awesome. But also, like, I'm really giving luxury store with my shop here. Yeah, I love the bottom floor. I think it's so cool. And yeah, I that's kind of what I want to evoke Acorn, though, with the feels like something you'd see in a modern house in a desert, and that's what I wanted to do here. Because I want it to be entirely unassuming. You get to the top floor that you can come up to, and you're just like, oh, okay. The apartments here are just, they're a little bit bigger. They're one wider. But you don't realize that this corner apartment here, and this has been difficult to not make any obvious sign that there's anything going on above. It's been hard between the walls and the single slab. But then you come in here and you're just like, oh, this is not the same. What am I looking at? I kind of want to see if I can hang anything from the ceiling here down. Have some good ideas. I gotta see what's above here. Ooh, the cactus area is above here, which really lets me do some fun stuff, because I think that lets me knock out, like, this one. Oh, hello, sand. Not that one, apparently. That was a cactus. Okay, so the center, that one is the cactus. That means I can take these ones. So we'll do like that one. Skinner. Was that a quartz back? How very, very Acorn of me to drop my sand. Send the sand plummeting to the bottom. I do not have a void. Place my cactus. Yeah, the choice of sand. Building with sand is an adventure. Oops, I actually got the sand when it fell, apparently. Cactus. Hello, cactus. Why are cactus flowers very cool? I'm very happy with that addition to the game. Also with the fact that you can use them to keep cactus one height instead of all of the levitating string everywhere, which I'm sure everybody loved doing all the time. This is an idea that I've had for a while for a build, but I've never had like the build that I want to do it in. Here, these. But I wanted to do, which would be the way to do this? It would be maybe 2 and 3. Whoops, not the sideways chain. So this one could be 1, 1, and 2, and 3. These are going to get quite long at the end. I might do away with the last one. It's going to be like almost to the floor. Yeah, I think I can just get rid of that. Quartz, bring me back my slabs, not my smooth. I don't really like smooth quartz. For whatever reason, it's just not as cool in my opinion. Oh, that's weird. I guess whatever I've inherited from Ox texture pack wise gives these guys a little bit of motion. Which I'm really not used to. This is my first time ever seeing this. Quite interesting. I'm very curious what is doing this specific little bit of dangle. But yeah. Acorn saying, still love this bottom floor so much. The luxury department store on 5th Avenue for sure. I don't know why. Do lanterns just move on their own? Or no, that's the shaders moving the lanterns. You're right. That's what's happening here. Interesting. I've never looked at them with this shader pack then. That they slightly wiggle. But yeah, the choice of sand. Love the way the chains look coming out of those depressions in the ceiling. Yeah, I've been kind of doing that in different places. Like I said, they're also how it works here. So I want to see if I can get this to work in a way that I'm happy with. I'm thinking this one will actually... We'll take that one out and we'll raise them all a little bit. The other thing I might do is I might do them the opposite way. Where I do that one be that way, make that one the long one. Then we hang that way. See if I like that more. Can I go over one? No, okay, so it has to be this row. Okay. Yeah. I've always wanted to do something like this. And like I said, I want to hang something in this area. I just haven't quite figured out what I want to hang yet. So this is one idea. This is inspired kind of by a lot of the hanging chains that were in my base to begin with. I gotta figure it out. So this row is the front. And like, is the right idea to do the opposite thing? You see that box? I think the older slope was better. Get back in a second. I want to see the other thing I could do is, which of these is the interesting one? It's this guy. The other thing I'm thinking is that I could do it not a depression, but oh, goodbye to that one. do it like that. Because I don't love that I can see the sand through it. And I'm kind of curious. I don't love this particular block, actually. Not as much as I was hoping I would. Quartz. Then we got Pillar has a weird... I actually haven't really used Pillar for very much. What's Pillar got going on? Pillar's not bad, actually. But if we do... Let's knock that one, that would make this now that way. Lantern stuck there, but we go here. Oh, that makes it, this one's supposed to be one longer. Like that. Try that way. Try that way. Let me see if that looks better overall. I guess what I like about this slope is that it's matching kind of with the stair slope. They're both going down towards each other. I think it's very fun. A shame that the 3D chain texture pack doesn't make the lantern chains 3D. Yeah. Oh, I didn't notice that. That's funny. I don't think it bothers me all that much, because then it really reads as like a weird joint, but I get you would think it should have continuity. Do I like that? Because I can't... Whoops. I can't replace... I could, but I wouldn't like it as much if I replace this with some kind of quartz or another tough... Whoops, we're out on the roof. Hi there, Slippery OW. Yeah, this is Java. We're Javaing it up here. I've never actually played Bedrock. I've seen a little bit of Bedrock Adventures, and I'm loosely aware of the differences between the two, but never actually tried it out. I think we're going to move for now to trying to figure out this space, because I want to do kind of a garden area up here, but I don't quite yet know what kind of garden area I want to do in this space. I think I do actually want to do hanging stuff. Kind of eyeball what that might look like. Because hanging stuff is cool. I want to see kind of how far at here and here, and this one. And I don't want to go all the way to the end, so that's actually a good spot for that. Where did I go? I went 4 down. Would I want to do another gradient thing, or would I want to do just a flat hanging thing? I want to go 4 down. Do I like that actually, or is 3 better? Decisions, because I don't want it to go too far down, or so I don't yet know what my design is going to be. So we're going to grab. Oh, this is going to be an adventure. Now I'm really... I need the chains. Keep those. I'm going to start pondering the orb. I'm going to look at some coppers. It's going to be like these guys. we're going to look at some fences. It's going to be probably these guys. What other blocks might be useful for this? I do kind of want to look at it with some dark oak log. Maybe actually we'll grab the mangrove log. Mangrove log has some very interesting color going on to it. That could be interesting. I could use a resin block finally. Probably not, but I could. They're cut. There are chiseled reds. Oh, interesting. Take a look at those. I think that's all I need for now. So we'll see. Do some interesting things because I want to make some kind of hanging planter. Almost more like framework of some kind to then hang like vines and stuff off of. Those have an interesting sound when you place them. I don't think they're the right block for this job, but I would really like to use those sometime. I think they have a really nice color and a lot of really cool textures to them. So let's see. What height do I like this at? I think the one higher is better, actually. Let's knock those. Put that there. But yeah, Skylar, I'm very excited. This is going to be like a cool... Conceptually, it's going to be a rooftop garden area. Because you should have seen me agonizing over what to do with this space before, because it has not been easy. I really absolutely love the way that these windows look, particularly from like the ground floor. I wanted to keep the top window slightly bigger than all the other windows. I loved this little arching bit here. I loved that it's not just the 3x3 square one all the way up. And then I got to the top and I was like, how the hell do I put a window in this? How is that gonna work? Because I can't, like... I'll always have this little gap at the top if I do the threes. And you could see it enough that I was like, I don't like that. So I've had to very comically spend a lot of time trying to figure out what to do with this space. Ultimately, I think it was Ox who suggested that I simply keep it kind of open and just build an apartment up here in it. And I was like, yeah, I think that might be the best idea of what to do with this space. And so I've now been designing this apartment, but this has always kind of been envisioned as a tree area, like a garden plant. Because obviously I've designed both this and my other house, which actually, if you're interested, Skylar, I can show you the houses in my base. I actually don't know. I know I've shown you at least one of them at some point, the Hell House, but I built the second one and it took me forever to complete that one. So I don't think you've ever seen what that one looks like. But I try to build my houses... I have a tendency to build my houses to entertain. I don't know why I like that as much as I do. But, I'm liking this. I'm liking the where this is going. But let me pop over really quick to the live server, and I can show you my houses. They are actually complete now. We'll go fancy shaders for the house tour, because I love these so much. But yeah, I don't know actually how much you've seen my base before. This is indeed my base in all of its lovely underground glory. I don't think I've at all shown you the dig site for the next expansion wing of my base, which is what's going on here. That this space is quite fun. Is your shader settings... In your shader settings, set clouds to vanilla. That way you don't have both clouds. Oh, okay. I don't know where I've... Where are the shader settings, actually? I don't think I've ever thought to touch that. I didn't realize that they would have their own settings. So we go options, video, shader packs. Do you have shader pack settings? Okay, I say click video settings, environment, clouds to vanilla. Is that what you wanted? Okay, clouds are vanilla now. Done. Okay. Oh, yep. That looks a lot more sane. Makes sense, makes sense. Looks a lot better. But anyway, yeah. Skylar, this has been my project for basically all summer. This is what I've been working on. Let's turn the shaders back off, because this, I think, is easier to appreciate without shaders. This is the dig site. And yeah, Acorn, I don't think you've seen this either. But this where I'm standing, this used to be ground level. It is not anymore. You can see from, like, the sheer faces here how much digging went into this project, because this was ground up here. So a lot of what you're looking at, I've basically touched. This used to connect here. There was no open area. So that was connected. These had been all... There was actually a lot of mines in this area. So I had to shape... All of this is basically like me hand shaping the terrain to try to make it look natural. And you can see, like, there are areas where I haven't gotten around to fixing them yet, but I've done so much work, like, in this area, in these areas. This is actually almost natural. This section here is, like, totally natural. Didn't have to do anything there. But this is complete... I built this. So, like, any of this that you're looking at here, this is all Eve-created terrain. Obviously you can tell I've done this here, I've done that there. And I haven't quite gotten to flushing out the bottoms of this whole area I'm working on. Obviously you can see here, this shouldn't be a shear, so, like, I cut off the face here, and I'm gonna slowly kind of, like, fix it up to make it look a little better. I've been trying to figure out what I want to do in this area. I kind of think I want to dig this out a little bit more. But yeah, this is turning into a Modern Mines of Moria. It is quite the mine project. I have I'm very excited. I wanted to open up this view here so that you could actually see from here, like, into the builds that I plan to put in here. I've been doing a dripstone renovation where I'm adding in dripstone that obviously wasn't here before, because I just think the dripstone caves look very cool. So I've been slowly building out this pillar. It's kind of, I've put one over here. I've actually done it here, this area. You can't see it. Actually, we're gonna have to, this is gonna be funny. We're gonna do a camera inside of a camera. So we need to go to the other camera that blows out the lighting so that you can actually see what I've done in this area, where I'm just like slowly going through and incorporating more of the dripstone into the natural rock. I've done it over here. This is kind of the vibe I'm going for. I really like the way that this looks. So let's get out of C. Just because I love the way that it blends in. I love that it gives like a very natural cave formation kind of look. And thanks, Skylar. You're doing an amazing job making it natural. It does look like it could have rendered that way. Yeah, that was my hope. Yeah, and it is. I love that. It adds another element of color that my base is sometimes lacking, because I've used... It's hard for me to figure out how I want to deviate from the colors I've already used. And I think that adding in colors to the natural stone, I want to also try to maybe go back through and add like striations to the earth, because you know how natural earth has just layers to it. It's just like different types of stones, different things. And so I want to maybe do that. I don't think I really want to add color through my build. I think I want my build to look the way it does. And I think I want to just start terraforming more to add color there. So that's my idea currently. But let's go back really quick to the house tour. Chug the game as I transition back to the shaders. Whee! And I guess this will be Acorn's first time seeing this in motion, at least. I know you've seen screenshots of my house. Welcome to the house. Welcome to my colossal open space house. I've got my entertaining area, my little bar. I got my kitchen. I wish I had a kitchen this cool. How sick would this be? You get your like big open island. I really liked the way that this wall came out. And I love this thing. My big, like, calcite cube staircase design this was what the house was built around. This was envisioned as kind of a place that, say you were having a party and you needed to dress everyone in the room, you could stand here, and so it's designed that everyone could see it. No matter where you are in the house, you can see this position. And then you got like also this, for the people who can more see, they give you a good backdrop. So you'll stand out because most of the house is very dark themed. So then you come up here, and this is a detail that is often not really shown, but I have this big glowstone formation like there are in the Nether. That's actually what's providing the light in this center area. But you mostly don't look that vertically up to ever see that it's there. Then I have this kind of study room. You can kind of see it there. But I have the study. I really love this ceiling. I think it's kind of a favorite of everybody who comes here and sees this. I got my shelves, and then I really like how this diorama came out. Basically, this is like your desk, and you just have this view. And I think it's so cool. I love the way that that came out. I love just the vibe of this space. And then for the longest time, yeah, all the lighting here really gives great ambiance to the rooms. I have to like cram in so much lighting because so much of it is Blackstone, which so it would have it already I think does have a dark vibe, even with so many lights everywhere. You can actually see the ones that they're hidden up in the edge here. But there are lights all over the place, trying to light this place up because it's so dark otherwise. There's some in the floor here. I had to do just a lot of work cramming lights everywhere that I can. Then, yes, this staircase, which I think is fun. Yeah, a little bit of fire. I just love the vibe of the lighting here. Because the other not obvious thing is that this place would have heated floors. This whole floor would conceptually be warm because of what's happening underneath it. It's almost built with like a furnace underneath. Hence why this is called the Hell House. Both it is made out of nether materials, but also it is literally heated by a fire underneath it in this channel that I built. And this is all like detail that like, who sees this? I've built it here. I think it looks very cool, but most people are not going to notice it because if you're looking at it from like the ground level, you don't see it. The only place you might really see it is from the other house across the way. There you can appreciate it. So then we got this that leads up to the bedroom. Ox says Ox builds a diorama nether tunnel. He built a whole ass diorama base. Yeah, there's a lot of dioramas in my base. They're very fun. This is truly the bedroom of my dreams. How sick would it be to have a space this big just for your bedroom with the like sickest bathroom ever? This is the coolest. I love this place. What a bathroom. This bathroom's bigger than my bedroom is. It's quite silly. But I just love the way that the tub looks here. It's very nice. And then you get your own little balcony off the back end here. This area I haven't quite finished. I want to work this out to be decorated. But, yeah, so this is house number 1 in all of its glory. I have designed it with 2 bathrooms so that you have your entertaining bathroom down here for your guests. This one has a lime green ceiling. Still an impressive bathroom, even though it's the guest one. It even has a shower. I don't know why it has a shower, but it does, because it made sense. And then we can glide our way down to the second house. This is the newer house. Another vibe that I think people will really like, because I really love how this door stands out from the ground level. Like, how cool would it be? That's how you know where your house is. It's the red door. But just, I really love the way that this walk-up came out. And this is one of the only places where you'll find the levitating string in my base, because Mojang will not let us shear these vines to stay a specific length. They'll let us shear these vines, which apparently this one has become unsheared at some point. But can't we shear these other ones? That'd be nice. Would really appreciate that, Mojang. But this house is a much more colorful vibe. It has a backyard. How nice is this? And then, yeah. All these room designs are incredible. Thanks, Acorn. I would be very curious what you think of this house, because this is a chaotic design. This one really is interesting as we get through it. So yeah, it's primarily end stone, but I wanted to make it bright because my other house is very dark. So this one's going to be very bright. I'm going to drink some water while we appreciate the backyard view. Let's look at that really quick. I was feeling very dehydrated. I realized I hadn't drank any water since I started. But yeah, Acorn says the warp wood with the ensign and the glazed terracotta is so cool. Ox says this too was constructed. Oh yeah, we'll get to the backyard in a second. We'll go back out there. This is the living room, kitchen, entertaining space. This house has a freshly built, no one's moved in vibe yet, because I've not gotten to like finer decorating yet. So it's still like, it's like I'm showing it to you all. Who wants to come live in this apartment? It's vacant and you can decorate it as you see fit. You get this cool living room. You got a nice couch looking out also into your backyard. I will go down there because the backyard is really cool. This cave was one of my first attempts at trying to build natural looking environments. Because as you can imagine, this is 100% constructed. There is no lush cave, as far as I've seen, that is this close to the surface. We are breaking through the floor here. Originally, here's like an interesting lore background. I wanted to do a waterfall here, where the water would be coming out and pouring down into the pond. And I couldn't quite figure out how to make that satisfying, but I still like the way that this looks, so I left it here, even though it's no longer doing anything. This I want to put some axolotl in, but I have learned that axolotl need water that is 2 blocks deep to actually stay in the pond and not despawn. So I gotta fix that. But yeah, I'm also going to be right back so you all can appreciate my exciting BRB screen. I hope you will take care of the wall chicken. It can use some minding. So I will be right back. Oof. But yeah, I'm back. I see that the wall chicken is still safe. Very big thank you to everyone for taking care of the wall chicken. It lives on the edge constantly. I'm kind of impressed that it is still there, frankly. But I really love this space. Heaves houses are just advertisements for my shop. Yeah, a lot of what I do on this server is in service of Ox's shops, actually. But this is why I always want to, like, I'm always so adamant about collecting these dumb little plants. This particular pain in the ass, because it's very cool. I love how it can add to spaces, and they're just so annoying to get that you can't grow them. I really like them, though. Um, I will show this because it's kind of fun, but there is some fun adventures going on with this house and this backyard. Um, Acorn and Skylar, I trust that you can keep secrets. You ever come in here and you look very closely, you will notice this here on the wall. Blends in very well. It's a very big mystery. It's a mystery. Who knows what it does, but it does something. Now I will push it because it's fun. Beep. Very hush-hush. Very cool. There is something going on back there. I have not actually built it yet, so we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. But yeah, here was the biggest point of pain building this house. This is what got me stuck on this one for a while, is I loved these indented lights that I did. I thought they were cool. So I was like, okay, we're gonna do one more here. And then I had to figure out, I knew that the bedroom was gonna be at the top level, and I was like, oh no, how do I join the bedroom hallway to this hallway? Because I'd done this tiered design up to here, and then I was like, how do I make that make sense with this transition? I gotta go so far up the stairs. So for the longest time, this was built like the lower half, but it wasn't built the upper half, and it was just a hole. There was just nothing up here. Because I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. This is a little wacky. And so finally, I was just like, we're gonna push on. So I started to build, and I just had to like chaotically build because I was like, well, nothing's going to make a lot of sense here. I decided that what I wanted to do was create this walkway and to just separate the bedroom into its own standalone unit as opposed to trying to make it make sense. So now you have this kind of nice area where you can see a little bit of what's going on up there. You have all my houses are built with Elytra landing spots because this is Minecraft. We actually all fly into our houses, in my opinion. I am always flying everywhere, so I want to make all the houses able to just fly right in. But yeah, this is the bedroom. This is truly, I just finished this and then didn't clean these up, so like moving boxes. But you get this cool window looking out to appreciate the rest of the base. You got your little desk, jukebox. I really love this bedroom. It has a fish tank. The fish, they are there. Yeah, and it's very funny that the houses that you design for people to fly into, you never actually fly into because the tour starts at the front door. Yeah, it would be weird to start the tour in the middle of the house. Maybe less so in the Hell House because that one you fly into the ground floor anyway, and you actually fly in at like the best view. This one I don't think you do. I actually think you fly in at a relatively uninteresting view. But yeah, so another bedroom, lovely little bathroom where you can still see your fish sometimes if they are cooperating. They're not today. I really like to do these bathrooms with some kind of tile ceiling. But yeah, these are the other houses that I have built. I kind of want to, my plan is to expand this area and work more houses into the walls here. I think that'll be very cool to do someday. I think the other thing I've shown you, are the fish swimming in the shower water? I don't think so. I hope not. Kind of interesting. What is lighting? What's happening over there? Is it reflecting the beacon light? Is that what's happening? That was weird. Okay, but anyway, I don't think you've ever seen this, Skylar. I kind of want to show you, the last thing I want to show off in my base before we get out of here is a thing that you can only see, well, you can only appreciate if you see it live. I can't really send screenshots of this. There it is. This is my greenhouse where I grow all my melons. This is the melon machine. I don't know if I've ever shown you the melon machine. I don't know how I exactly would show the melon machine because it really requires sound. Truly a marvel of modern engineering to fit all of the musical equipment to play this inside of a watermelon. But yeah, I've heard legends but never thought it would be before my eyes. Well, here it is in all of its melon glory. This is an Ox prank. This is how you get pranked on this server. Because I made a joke that I would love this song to be the soundtrack of my base. It is the song from a Switch game called Suika Game, which is one of those matching games. And you just are matching fruit together and trying to build watermelons out of as you combine your fruit bigger and bigger. And so Ox, being Ox, went and she listened to the YouTube video of the song, transcribed the notes, and then designed the machine that would play it, which we will go and look at. Here is actually the melon machine in the floor of my greenhouse. We can actually follow the song around. And it's dual layered. The song has enough going on that it needs 2 layers of these note blocks, all playing in a synchronized fashion. The double-decker melon machine is very, very amazing. For those of us who might like to attempt to build this one day, something similar, Ox actually has written a mod that will help you do the layout for one of these. Obviously, she'd have to explain a little bit more of how it works, because I don't actually know that. I think you have to design your song and your notes, and then you feed it into this mod, and it spits out the layout for you, so that you don't have to manually build this piece anymore. I think this one was manually designed. And I think this one might have been the impetus to unmanually do this and to find a better, helpful, automated system. This one's pretty big. But it is very cool. And yeah, Ghost Boy, this is the insane pranks we get up to here, or that Ox gets up to. I built this entryway to it because I just thought it was so cool that I wanted to have an entrance that kind of spoke to the splendor of what's inside this. So I've designed this cool redstone door setup. These kind of fun... I wanted to give the impression that there's infinite depths down here, which is funny because like we go through this floor and we're like immediately in a cave. We're actually stuck so close to the surface here, or to the next thing. But yeah, this is my greenhouse. This is where I grow the original melons. This is where Ox built an automated melon farm. It used to empty into some chests that were right here, but I built this crafter when the crafters came out. They're kind of fun to stand here and watch because you'll just see them every so often spit out a melon. I don't know which one's going to fire first. I got my money on... Oh, hey, look at that. It was the center left. It's generally the center two. They fire most often, just by like the distribution of the way that the melons get collected. How do we know you're not lying? What would I lie about? I never lie, actually. I'm like the most honest, trustworthy person you've ever met. So that doesn't sound correct. This is where... So the melons are being... Once the melon down here, once they get ejected, they flow into the system, and then they get transported up, and then they're getting loaded into shulkers up here, and I'm going to store all the melons up here in melon storage. I just haven't built this area yet. These ones I think are maybe... Are these guys going yet? Have I started to dispense these? Oh, they are. So I gotta finish this room. Another project that I was like, you know, I don't exactly know what I'm doing here, so I'm gonna take a break for a little. But it'll be very cool. There'll be a room full of shulkers of melons. Whoops, I have missed that. I'm a little tired today. As some of you who know what I've been up to might imagine, I ended up getting home last night at 2:30 in the morning, and then I woke up again at 8 to go in and do like a half day at work. Then I came back here, and I took a nap for a little, and then I had to get ready for stream, so it has been a day. I have been running around. I'm a little tired. So now we're back to my kind of project that has haunted me for a long time. Yeah, Ox, I did go into work today a little on a Friday. Was not ideal. Did not enjoy that. For those of you who do not know, I don't work on Friday. And I didn't see that one, Ghost Boy. Facts. She's the most honest person I know, albeit I know very few people. Well, I'm glad for the endorsement anyway. I appreciate that. I'm gonna... Obviously, we're gonna pretend there were no caveats. It's very cool to be an incredibly trustworthy person. But yeah, Ox, there's not a good way to know which one I was going to say, because the melon thing, it fired too fast. I was really about to say, even I was going to call that one in particular, but I just didn't get to it before the thing fired, and then I was like, oh, okay, there's kind of no point in saying it now. Let's hit those azaleas. They're fun. I like the azaleas. What are the other I've used? I want to kind of use the same ones I did in my custom tree. So I know I've got some mangrove. Mangrove's kind of cool. And let's see. Yeah, I think I had a brighter colored one as well. Might have just been this one. I don't remember. So we're going to start building a bit of a leafy hanging thing here. Actually, let's go really quick. Actually, no, I should just have a screenshot of this. Of my tree that I want to look at. I don't really yet know how to put the thing I'm looking at on screen for you guys as like a little box or something. I will have to figure this out at a later point. Fox says, I suggest you incorporate hanging roots somehow and rooted dirt. That would be cool. I would like to do that. I think, okay, so let's chuck that. Let's go rooted dirt, and hanging roots. I think what we'll do is we'll actually build the core of dirt that we're pretending is being held up. How this dirt is staying suspended, I do not know. That is unimportant. And then I want to do like something more like this, where it hangs down in different areas, different heights, something like that. But I also kind of want to keep it generally shaped. Let's put one there, maybe. That way, I kind of like that. And we will slap a few of these in here in various places. They're very cool. What are those other guys? What are they called? Glowberries? Can I just put the glowberry vine, or can I only put the glowberry? Actually, I don't know how that works. Let's eject these guys. Yeah. What is it? What sorcery is this? The dirt doesn't fall. No, Ghost Boy, as I have talked with people about this, we played a lot of Valheim before I switched to Minecraft, and the blocks, they sure do, they plummet. Valheim was very fun in that regard, but the blocks, they sure did love to fall down. And it was quite silly. We're just going to kind of start putting these, a lot of them, to kind of get a feel for what this is going to look like. See how much I like this. Rid of that one. Then we'll go back in and we'll tear some of these out. I want to do just kind of hanging shapes. But yeah, only sand and gravel fall in this game, Ghost Boy. as I was commenting earlier with Acorn, it is quite unfortunate that sand falls. We put the sand there. If we break those blocks, whee! Sand be annoying that way. But yeah, I kind of want to do something like that. Let's kind of match the other side. Put in our rooted dirt. I wonder if I should... You can't even really appreciate that they're... I wonder if I should put a different dirt in spots. What are the other dirts? Dirt. We got our coarse dirt. And then our regular dirt. What does coarse dirt really look like? Yeah. So that's rooted. This is coarse. Do I like that? What is regular dirt? Regular dirt. I think the regular dirt is a little better if I want to put regular dirt in some places. Well, that's actually not important yet. Let's keep doing this first, because the bulk of it is unappreciated. Like, you can't see it. So, not that important right now. I don't want that one there. Oops. I think I want to keep only the 3s in the center area. I can put another one of these here. I like that. I do like that. Then we'll slap a few of these in. Then we'll put a few of you. Glowberry gang. I love glowberries because the glowing, very convenient for when you want to do builds and you're like, I gotta put some natural lights in here and I need it to not be super obvious that I've done this thing. Very good. We love that. But we can put them that way. Oops. Yeah, so I will want to lighten this out a little bit. Create some more hollowed spaces once I kind of get a general shape in, rather than make it super dense. But here, this is a thing that only makes sense because my leaves are see-through. Imagine if I had solid leaf blocks. That'd be wild. I don't think that would look very good, and I don't understand solid leaf blocks. It's crazy. What a weird, crazy concept. For those of you who do not know, we are constantly having leaf adventures on Acorn Stream. Her texture pack has what's it called? It has solid leaf blocks. And a bunch of us are solid leaf haters. Acorn is a solid leaf enjoyer. So now I'm debating, should I actually keep those as the copper ones, or should I switch some of them to hanging lights, actually? Let's see. Copper bulbs. Where are the bulbs? Would be this, the wax exposed bulb. But then there's the sand. And like, would this just look better if I did bonk? There, get in there, you. I need the lever. Get rid of the hanging vine. Oops. I think that looks good. Kind of like that guy up there. Let's see. Is he fixing... I knocked that out now. Yeah, cool. It's stopping... This was a spawnable space before. That was why I've slapped these temporary frog lights here. So this saves me from a problem I was having. Let me remove the temporary frog light. Because I don't know if I'm going to cover these ones on the floor yet. I don't know what the floor is going to look like. So obviously I can't tell you if I'm going to cover them in the end. I'd like to do at least some of these hanging a little farther. Like I said, I kind of want to keep that more towards the center. Oh, there's nothing in there. That's funny. See, that's what I kind of want to do in some places where I can break some of these internal ones a little, and maybe put one there. No, I don't think I like that actually. Maybe I'll leave it open. One of the hard things with leaves is kind of this internal trimming you sometimes want to do. It's like you need some amount of hollow space in your leaf. That's kind of hard. Oh, I guess I do have to do some on the top because it kind of looks utterly unhinged being flat. And not just making it like a completely dense leaf fiesta is sometimes like my instinct is to put more leaves, and then I'm like, okay, I understand for these you kind of want to leave some open spaces. You could cover the top with dark oak slabs like a board everything is mounted to. Yeah, that could be an idea. Make the dirt make a little more sense. So I obviously need to make it... since you can actually see what the top looks like to some degree, I need to make it make a little bit of sense. So let's try on one of them. How we think that looks. So dark oak slabs, get rid of that. A good pun. So we would do at least the center ones and probably connect the two. Let's see. Do I think it need... Yes, it would need at least that one. That way, here, and here. Yeah, I do actually like that. I think it also gives me space to maybe do something on the top. It's kind of interesting. So, I don't know. My only thought is, what if I make it a slightly different color? So what if we do slab? What other slabs? Pick up the spruce slab. That could be a good slab. Mangrove slab could be interesting. Let's try the spruce guy first. just because I want to attempt to break up. So the fact that I use the dark oak fences makes me want to try to use a second wood. I don't think the spruce is it. I think it looks too light. Dark oak is better. So I don't suspect that the mangrove is going to fix this problem I'm just having. It's going to look interesting, but I don't think it's going to fix my problem. I actually only need to place it like that far where I can appreciate what I've done. It's interesting. I don't hate it, honestly. I still don't think it quite works for what I want. I think the dark oak is just the way to go. But I don't hate it. Whoops. So let's get a dark oak fence back. So I broke one. Put that there. Cover this in the slabs. But yeah. I hope everybody has been having a good Friday, though. If anyone has been up to anything fun and exciting, would love to hear about it. As I have already elaborated, I've had a bit of a busy Friday, and I am pretty tired. I wish I'd been able to get more sleep, because obviously I don't think anybody's happy when you go to sleep at 2:30 in the morning and then you wake up again at 8 in the morning. It's just not quite enough sleep. I don't know if I should do something. I do want to do something in the center. I don't know what it would be, so we're not going to worry about that yet. Yeah, it was some brutal sleep. Not great. So I'm feeling a little tired. I got about an hour nap in before stream. So that helped, at least. Ox says, I worked, I went to donuts and tacos, I watched the hottest new stream on Twitch. That was my day. Acorn says, as for fun things this weekend, I'm watching Rocky Horror with a friend tomorrow. Ooh, very fun. Is it their first time watching the Rocky Horror Picture Show? My impression is yes from that, but this could just be a yearly tradition, which would also be a lot of fun. And then Hawk says, I also watched a bit of the Hermitcraft TwitchCon panel and found out when Season 11 starts. Ooh, when is that? And what were your thoughts on how Season 10 went? Since you are more the Hermitcraft knower. Okay, very exciting. November 8th. But yeah, you are... Okay, both of us have seen it, but I think they've seen it more than me. That's fun, though, still. So is it just like a yearly tradition to watch it, or is this just your first time? Because that's fun, also. Watching it with a friend. I have watched it with... I think just with my brother. Ooh, the saga of my car clusterfuckery has come to an end, and so I can drive this weekend. Well, I'm glad. This is both the first time I'm hearing about this car problems and also the resolution of the car problems. So I'm very happy for you, Skylar, that they're done. I hope they weren't that bad, but it doesn't sound like they were any good. It indeed does sound bad. Okay. Do you all think that I should put a water feature in the center? I'm thinking maybe we do something, not the smooths. I forgot. Don't want those. Maybe I do want those for this. But I'm thinking maybe do... What is the center of this? That one? Oops. So we go 3 out. How does that look? Then we would go those ones across. Then we would go these ones across. Oops. And we can put water on slabs, right? If we can't, it's gonna be awkward. I'll be very annoyed. I cannot put water on a slab. Okay, cool. Ox says, yes, you can waterlog slabs. I'm very glad. But I'm thinking of maybe doing a little pondy deal here. Right? Kind of like that. In the center. And then maybe do some more planters along the walls. But let me read these. Ooh, we have some long messages here. Ox says, Season 10 was interesting. I think they're beginning to find a new groove after Season 9 was a bit rough, but it's a different feel. Some of my favorite hermits weren't as active this season, but there were a couple of individual hermits that really had a great season. Change is always interesting. I think it's both good, because obviously things need to change to kind of maintain a freshness, but it's also always sad when just something that was your favorite wasn't really as present. So I hope you enjoyed it overall, at the very least. I'm curious which individual hermits you think had a really great season. And then Skylar says, very, very long story short, my apartment had my car towed when it shouldn't have been, said they would return it and didn't for 4 weeks. Tow company said they were going to sell it to balance the storage lien. That's now resolved. When they brought it back, one of the tires was flat. They repaired it, lots of phone calls, people finger pointing at each other in between. Oh, that sounds miserable, Skylar. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's crazy that your apartment towed it. I agree with Acorn. What on earth? That's crazy. You know what? Maybe we'll do pondering the orb here while we work on this. Maybe we'll do sandstone. Is that... No, I think the quartz is better. I want this to have some degree of oasis-y vibe. And I don't think that accomplishes it. I think the other thing I want to test really quick is, let's knock these out. I think I want to do it long ways along the other wall. What? Ox? What's an away sissy vibe? Where did you read that? I really don't know. I have no idea. Oh, I said oasis. Oasis. And then I added a Y, oasis-y vibe. I got you. I see how that happened now. That was incredibly funny. I was like, oasis-y, what? The other thing I want to try is it better to have the stairs face the other way? That's too funny. I understand how that went wrong. It went wrong in a very funny way. But yeah, Skylar, I know They said there wasn't a registration sticker on the license plate, but my car's registered in CT, which is Connecticut, if I know anything about abbreviations. They phased out stickers years ago. Huh. Well, cool that they phased out the stickers. I hate the stickers. But absolutely garbage town that they towed your car. That sucks. So let's do that. Let's do that. I want to have it be thinner. So we'll go here. And then these middle three be turned the other way. So I just think it's an interesting look. I wonder, does it look okay if I do kind of like that? Let's do, whoops, wrong one. That way, that way. Okay, here's now, we're going to find out what stairs do in weird formations. Okay, okay, interesting shape crafted here. Kind of like that. Yeah, I just wanted to see what it would look like if it was the end. I do think that the middle... But yeah, I agree, Acorn. Seems like a very important thing for the towing companies to know when a car is actually supposed to be towed. I think it... Yeah, I agree. Ox, I can do that. But then Hawk says, I know something about abbreviations, and that is that NH is always New Hampshire and never New Horizons. Yeah. It'd be really cringe if it was New Horizons. Who would do that? Okay, so now let's do these three this way. Those three there. I'm gonna try making it a little wider when I put it in the center. But then, yeah, unless... No, unfortunately, there have never been any New Horizons. Nothing known by New Horizons. It's definitely not any of our friends with a very famous thing they always talk about. Whoops. And then that was this one, blank, blah, 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 blah. Okay, is it better when it's slightly wider? Turn those off. How do you all like it? Should it be one thinner? And then, yeah, I've moved it. Oxa, better in the center of the room. It's a cool shape, but it should be rotated. Yeah, towing companies, there is no I in team, but there damn sure is an I in Eve's penthouse. I can't wait for me to come back, though, and have this I also turned into another E. For those of you who don't know, I built in my base... Actually, I'm going to pop over to look at it really quick because this is an entertaining base lore story. We can go over here. I built this this storage room, and originally these blocks were in the formation of an I with like a center design. And then one day I came back to my base and they were in E's. I was like, what happened here? And now, and so with E there and an E there, I was like, well, now I have to build a V in the middle. And now it says Eve. But a very, very funny thing. No, I did not build... I don't think the V was there, Ox. I think I built the V in response to the E's. Because I'm really confident it was just the two big I's. So... I don't know either. I think we're gonna have to revert the server back to whenever that happened. We can get the definitive answer. I know that all of my base will go away, but clearly it is worth solving this mystery. But anyway, you don't have to be whitelisted on Treehouse, Ox. You can just come in here and edit the thing before I create the schematic. And oh, gotcha. Can only go back 30 days. That makes sense. Let me look really quick in the old screenshots folders. Manage screenshots. When did... So I think I look at the folder and I go back to the 20. I think I can actually... I might have screenshots of this. Let's go look. Hold on. We're gonna... I will take you with me on this adventure. We're gonna go to the desktop view. These are all the screenshots I took on 1.20. And I want to see if we can find a screenshot that looks like these E's. I don't see one. These are some amount of the Hell House being originally built. Let's kind of just drag this over here. Let's see a little bit of the memory lane. What was happening back when I was first building that? My smelters. Oh yeah, here they are. Okay, so the first screenshot I have is just it's already been eaved. I think I was trying to figure out if I could make the letters smaller. Third row from the bottom. Third row from the bottom. Oh, we'll get there. I kind of want to look at these out of curiosity. What did I screenshot in this era? Oh, look at how my storage originally looked. Before I really... Oh, one of the tests for what I was doing. Where I figured out that that's what I wanted. There were originally some cherry trees in there. That was when I was growing cherry wood. I don't remember what I was doing with it. Yeah, these screenshots are all really, really tiny. Oh, there's a screenshot of when Ox and I were building the tunnel that my base is off of. There's Ox in the floor, fixing the place where it joined to the center tunnel. But I just thought that looked so funny. My first attempts to build that crane, the top of the watermelons, somebody's assorted shulker monster, and I added a row that just says melons, and it's just melons. This is from one of our server players, Mara's base. This was when Vex was making his perimeter for his storage. I wrote "Hi Vex" underneath it with the melons. He blew them up, as is his way. I collected the ones that survived the blasting because some of them did. They're in a special box. I don't know what I'm going to do with the world's strongest melons. There's the mines under my base. This looks more expansive probably at this stage. Oh, look, it's everybody's favorite friend. What a jump scare for Halloween. This is what's happening to Shulker on our server Acorn. I don't know if that makes you feel more or less comfortable with it, but Shulker has always been slightly cursed. Oh, this was from before Vex's. No, this is just what the Vex perimeter looks like when you turn off the mob switch. I mined every ore as he was blasting his perimeter, and I replaced the ores with melons. And he was very confused when he looked at that on the big map, because it was suddenly a bunch of green specks everywhere, and he was like, I think the map's not loading properly. It was just melons. So it was loading properly. Travel, the bane of my existence, constantly falling everywhere. This is Ox's dripstone farm. It's very nice. It's where I get all my dripstone. Oh, this is a really cool thing in a base. I don't know whose base this was. If Ox is around, she can answer. We built this, but I thought it looked really cool. Oh yeah, okay. This is Power Chug's base. But I'm kind of curious, Acorn and Skylar, what you think of this thing. I just thought it was like a really cool decoration. It's very neat. It does kind of have that vibe of you could send a marble down it. It's just in like a big atrium of theirs. And I actually don't know if you would have seen this in the base tour, Acorn, because like I don't know if anyone would have directed you to wherever this was when you originally toured Mad Duck. But Power Chug has also done the same kind of thing on the outside in a way that I thought looked cool with these plants. And I just took screenshots of these because I thought they were so cool. I maybe thought I'd want to evoke something similar to this, but design of my own one day, because I just thought it was really cool. Oh, here's more outside shot of the base. You can see it's kind of got a very modern building aesthetic that is, I think, is pretty cool. It reminds me of an ant farm seen from the side. Yeah, I agree. Oh god, here's my very first attempts to build this door. Here were some cool pipe ideas that I still want to one day incorporate more pipes into my base. Have that saved for that cool door that Ox built for me. I haven't gotten to use anywhere. I haven't had needed quite another door this size, and it is a wide door. They are very cool. It's one of the potential designs for the door that ultimately went in front of the music machine. This is me trying to figure out how to build beehives and to farm. Here's a very lovely gift from Ox. Once, I assume this was once you built your amazing, excellent tree farm that will blow up any tree imaginable, everyone. How cool is that? It's a universal tree farm. It will, unless Mojang makes the world's most deranged wide tree, it will always be able to blow up every tree. I cannot imagine what that would look like. These are from my time playing on the Trans Gamers SMP, apparently. I don't know why I took a picture of this netherite. Oh, that's my shop design. Yeah, it would be one gunched tree. Be an insane tree. But these were all my 1.20 screenshots. Then we jumped, I want to say, 23. I don't think we stayed on... I don't know how long we stayed on 23. Whoops. By one. Enough to generate screenshots. So we did the copper farm on 21.3, apparently. We were actually apparently here for a while. Yeah, no, I joined on 20.2. So let's go back to Minecraft. We back over here. Minecraft. There we go. It's black screen for a while. I think because I had it minimized. I didn't know that that's what it does if I minimize Minecraft. Okay, but I do want to consider a different slab for the center of this pond. I don't know if I should do... We're going to play around with some slab options. We're going to do granite slab, polished granite slab. No, I think I want to do it more rough stone. There's a sandstone slab. We could do a blue slab. That could be interesting. So we'll do... We did granite slabs. Whoops. We did some sandstone slabs. We did prismarine slabs. We're going to kind of come up here. We're going to look at it. I don't know what I like here. I don't think it's the sandstone slab. Is it? Do you think it just has to be quartz slabs? Get them quartz boys out there. Let's grab the smooths as well. Let's knock these. Let's put smooths, and let's put regular quartz. I just don't think I like the texture of smooth quartz all that much. I miss the lines for whatever reason. Whoops. That's not right. The trials and tribulations of working on a one slab surface. It's just always a little... You're always really close to breaking through the floor. I am a little curious what it would look like if I did this, though. We did more eyes, because I think that's funny. Not that I think this is going to look good, but I just want to know. Again, I'm not that mad about it, honestly. I think it would look better if I did it this way, with the full center line, if I was doing this. I know. I just want to see what it looks like, because it's interesting to me. What I'd like to do is just randomly put stuff down and be like, do I like that shape? Unclear. Yeah, I don't mind that. Do I think it makes like a ton of difference? No. I think what I might do is I might do a border for it. We'll see. So let's put these. Let's get our quartz slabs in. Whoops, misclicked that. If you make the whole inside of it prismarine, that might be nice actually, but you just can't have the stairs that are quartz on one side and the prismarine on the other side. Okay, well, let me read this and process it. If you make the whole inside prismarine, that might actually be nice, but you just can't have the stairs that are quartz on one side and the prismarine on the other. So you're saying if I just made the entire inner area like this, all of it, the prismarine, not the really skinny eye. Ghostface says, don't worry about breaking the wood slab. It's like my great-granddaddy told me, you can't make a banana split without breaking a couple of eggs. Well, I would want the inside faces of the stairs to be prismarine as well. Okay, I'll try that out. So let's go prismarine. And we would do these prismarines, because I want to do some more texture. Ooh. Ooh. So that would look like this guy here. Then we go in with these guys. You know, I'm saying I wish there was a single stair that was, oh, you want one of these guys to be quartz on the top, prismarine on the bottom. I understand the vision now. I'm committed to making this ugly nightmare a reality. But that guy looks weird. He would look better if I do these this way. Let's get our quartz stair back. That guy. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Whoops. That. Whoops. Mouse and keyboard are definitely my preferred way of gaming. I am very good with them. I'm a little curious what about it doing it this way. Yeah, okay. Let's get some water. Water. Buckets. Water. Can I infinitely use water buckets in creative? Or as soon as I click this, will they be empty? Eh? Hey, okay. I didn't know that's how that worked. I don't think I've ever water bucketed before. Whee! Go, my water. Whoops. Whee! Okay, cool. Why are you guys weird? Here we go. Okay. I kind of see what you're saying, though. The prismarines are not really doing as much once they're in the water. They're adding texture. Let's try them with the quartz. Oh god, definitely don't want to break the slab now. Then we'll be pouring the eggs, really, into somebody's house. Beep pop 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 pop. Pop beep boop. Pop beep. Okay. Whee! I like the look of this. The inside of those new blue eggs look like. Whoops. See, now we're gonna have the opposite. Or no, this is actually calling for exactly the same stair that you asked for, Ox. The stair that is bottom prismarine, top quartz. It would solve that problem right there, and it would make it look better. Which is quite funny. Not gonna do that thing I've just done because it looks terrible, but it's very funny. Boop, boop, boop. Drink some more water. But yeah, the eggs, huh? This must be what the inside of those new blue eggs looks like. They truly are excellent. See myself out. Ghost Boy, you're actually in quite good pun company, so I think it'll be fine. And then, hey, Vex. Very impressive that you're first again. Really never ceases to amaze. Sandstone. Sandstone. Sandstone slab. And we're gonna do a little bit of fun here. Sand. Regular sand. But so which one of you is the prismarine bottom and which one is the quartz top? Not a good pun. Yeah, Skylar Vex did indeed beat you to first. Vex says, I have been delivered a handheld air blower thingy at 9:30 p.m. What the delivery man was doing out this late is beyond me, but thanks, Sky. Yeah, that's quite impressive. It's a pretty late delivery in a way that I'm genuinely surprised about. So I'm gonna do some areas where I want to do, kind of want to test this out. It's in here. Hard part is this is going to need to be like a teeny bit random in a way that is going to be hard to make look natural. Then we would want to do sand. Can't really put sand here because the sand levitates. Thank you, sand. Nope. Rid of you. Don't mind that. Don't hate that. Rid of that. We're gonna try making this one sandstone. We're gonna make, oops, those ones sandstone. We're gonna get rid of that one. We're gonna put in a slab. Slabs. Slabs are our friends today. You get a slab. You get a slab. Everybody gets a slab. Make more of the bottom ones actual sand. Get rid of that one. I think the tall ones are gonna go. I think that means that one's gotta go. I want to keep this kind of low ground. Not our cats. Cactus. Can cactus flowers only go on cactus? Out of curiosity. Rip. Cursed baby drip leaves. What other plants are there? Oh, they can go on pretty much everything? Okay, maybe we just put some directly. Where do we get our grasses? Well, we could put a firefly bush. That could be interesting. I want to dry grass is what I was looking originally for. Short dry. Is there tall dry? Tall dry? Ooh, there is tall dry. Hello, tall dry grass. What else could look good here? We'll grab these little sea pickle guys. I think that's all the things. I don't know if I actually want to put a cactus here. Can I put these literally anywhere? What do these guys have to go on? Do they only go in water, but like, obviously they can't go on a slab? Okay. Quartz. Quartz back. Actually, I've never learned what the hell do these go on? I've obviously placed them before. But what are they attached to? That's funny. Is it just clay? Or the cactus? I don't think I'm gonna put a cactus. Can I put that there? Oh, it's... Huh. Interesting. Well, I've learned something today. Not putting clay, so we're not putting any of these. Ejected. Clay, moss, and most dirt-related blocks. Okay. I assume that the firefly bushes are going to have to go on dirt then as well. So we're not going to put them... Can I put... Yeah, okay, these can go on here. Boop, 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 boop. What's the short one look like then? That's the tall one. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, you guys are slabs, so you guys can't have that. Boop. We'll have to make more of these. We want sand. Come here, sand. Okay. Let me get back. I gotta read some of these. The tracker even said it was going to be late by a day at 3 p.m. and then at 4 p.m. it said it was out for delivery. That's funny. The next says, I was trying to set up an NVIDIA CDK to work in Docker so I could make Jellyfin not shit my CPU's pants every time I use it. And suddenly, John Linux said, the system will now suspend, and now I can't SSH in. Why is it rebelling? I've heard of graphics drivers preventing suspend, but causing it? That's a new one. X is always managing to find new and interesting problems. I'm quite impressed. Do that. Close. The little guy there. Whoops. Think like that. It only needs one flower. Let me take that flower out. Or if we put another flower, like put a flower down there. You know what you put? Another short grass? No. We put a tall grass. Then we'd replace this one with sand, and then we would put a short grass. Okay, Acorn says, I'm gonna head out and start winding down for the night. Happy I could catch your stream, Eve, and hope you all have a good night. Well, thank you, Acorn. I'm really glad you were able to make it. I hope you have a great rest of your evening and you able to get some good rest. Like I said, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Yes, flower on the lower block is good. Thank you, you two. Alrighty, bye. Maybe a coral fan could look nice. Maybe. I think I want to stick with a very desert look for this. Debating if I want to make... I think that one should just be sand here. No. I think actually... Go back, let's grab the sandstone and the slab again. So I think doing sandstone slab. I think that's better. And then I think I want to pretend... No, don't like that. Get out of there. Those make a really squishy noise. Do we think in this context they read like little cactus? Kind of curious what you guys think. And then Vex says, I think if they're touching the water, it will still alive. But even if it's not, the gray ones might still work. Okay, BRB, time to go break this thing's kneecaps, mostly metaphorically. Well, good luck. I hope it works. Hope kneecaps are not particularly needed to be broken. Leaving that one open actually is good. I could do sand there. Do one of these guys there. Okay. Okay. Don't hate that. Alright. I will actually BRB once more. I'm going to run to the bathroom. So, good luck again. I implore you to watch the wall chicken for me. It likes to get into a lot of trouble, so I would appreciate it if you all could take care of it. Then I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I had some interesting ideas while I was gone, actually, but let's see. Vex says, it wasn't kidding when it said the system will now suspend. This thing was just off when I got up there. Interesting. Slightly concerned about that, but I'm sure it's fine. I hope it's fine. I was thinking, is there a spot where I can actually... Have I crafted? No, there's not going to be a spot that's like that in this thing. If I had made this 3 wide, I might have had an internal space where I could have just snuck a firefly bush on the inside of it and just added the fireflies like secretly, and I kind of wonder if that would work. How far can you see? Because I could just do that. Which I don't hate, honestly. Have to be... Would it have to be that? Or is that fine? Yeah, it would have to be that way. I don't know if this is worth doing at all. Oh god, we've fireflied very firefly. I definitely want to get, like, I'm planning to do fireflies out on the outside for sure. I think that looks a little unnecessary on the top. It's very fun though. Bring me back my slab. I'm entertained by it at the very least. I wouldn't mind putting a different slab in the center though. Okay, let me grab some shears. I think today, very least we need it to be only like something like that. That one buried very early. I would like, let's get rid of that. So then I can I pick this up? Nope. Low berry. Can I? Oh, it's if I bone meal it. Bone. Oh, but I probably still need those. Shear by bone meal. Then I... Nope. Bone meal, berry, bone meal, shear. Ugh. I don't know if that was correct, but we're going with it. Isn't it right click with shear? Is it? I don't... Oh, that sounded correct. Ooh. Makes a good shear sound. The berry ones just stop where the berry is, though, right? Do they keep growing? I actually don't know. It's been a while since I've messed around with those. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see if they keep growing. That's kind of about the lengths I want to have them, though. Alright, so now... The shear sound is really satisfying Ghostplay. I agree. I was thinking that. This is like, that was really nice. I liked that. I gotta decide, do I want to do... So let's eject that for now. Dirt. Regular dirt. And we look at our trapdoors. What are the good trapdoors for this? I want to do... I did want to be like that, I think. Oh, we would do one more. And then we would do the door thing. Click, click, click. Oh god, that way. Then we do that one down just so that they're all the same. How do we like that? Let's try the other side. So we did from the center all the way up that far. Is it better if I do stairs? And then I would do... what stair would look good for this? About that one that I wanted to use, but didn't. How does that look? Colorful, that's for sure. I don't think I like it. Don't think that will fix it if I do it the other way, but it actually looks better. I don't hate that, actually, but not the prismarine. Stairs of a different kind. What other stairs would look good here? Granite stairs? Do I need to use a new kind of stair? Maybe this is where I incorporate granite on the outside? Bonk, 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 bonk. Beep. Bonk. Ugh. Ha! That's what happened to that one. Be funny if you made one of the apartments have an unauthorized window AC unit. That'd be pretty good. We might. I want to do some... I do kind of want to put a fire escape on the side of the building, actually. I'm contemplating both a fire escape for one side and then one of those vertical corner signs on the other side. But I don't know if they're the fire escape I definitely want to do. I don't know if I want to do the sign though. Mostly because my brain wants those to be diagonal, and that's obviously like not a thing you do in this game. But yeah, looms are good for that. That's fun. Okay, out of curiosity, Fox, which do you like more? Do you like the granite, or do you like the trapdoor look at the fireflies? For symmetry? Which one do you like more? I think I like the granite, honestly. Okay, I think the granite is better, but I think both kind of clash with the quartz. Well, I mean, we could make. Let's grab a quartzy stair. Is this ever the situation for the smooth quartz stair? God knows. Stairs. What about, have I ever pale oaked in my life? No. Is this the time to pale oak? Huh. Interesting. Bonk, bonk. You are the smooth, which I kind of consistently hate, but... I don't think... I actually like the color of the pale oak here, but I don't think I want to use them, because I don't want the wood texture. Ghostboy, in this case, it's okay to take the stairs for, dare I say, granite. Hilarious. I wonder if this is a situation where I do one of these, where I do like an obvious corner piece and then the smooths. I don't think I like that, but we're gonna commit and we're gonna see what it looks like. Because that's the only way, in my opinion, to really appreciate how a thing will look. To just commit. We just do it. And we see the vision. How do we think that looks? Or do we think it needs to be smooth and it's only corner? I think it would look better with just one regular stair instead of 3. Okay, let's commit. Commit. That. My brain wants to put a middle stair though. I do that. So like there, there. How do we think that looks? Or is it better with only the one in the middle? Let's build it on the other side. Let's see what it looks like. Smooth. Regular. Smooth. Oh. Didn't do the thing that time. Beep. Boop. Quartz. Center quartz. Okay, yeah, and now it just kind of looks like you got extra wide ones. So, do you think it looks better with the center quartz stair or with only the one center quartz stair? So with the in-betweens or the no in-between? I actually like them both. Kind of like the one in between more, but I am curious for some opinions, what people think. Only the one center quartz stair. You think that one's better? Oh, my brain is now asking. Well, we can go back. So we'll do that. And we'll do that. Okay, we did that. So if we wanted to smooth quartz, where would we smooth quartz? It'd be like, oh god, here we go, puddle time. Oh god, it would be like there. Like that. Then right here. Oh god, the water is escaping. And then... I do like that. I think it's actually looking better now. So what do we do here, though? Does that require these three to be the smooths as well? And then, like, the opposite three to also be smooth? Oh, okay, let's try that. Why did you... Oh god, no, you look terrible. We have to do that. Okay. And then we'll do one side like this. Goodbye, water. Get closed in, water. My brain is now asking why there's no smooth quartz in the pool. I don't look terrible. I'm hot. Yeah, I don't think anyone is going to disagree with that statement. I don't like something about what's going on here in the center. Do you think my brain wants these ones to still be the regular that? Yeah. You're okay. I see. I see. Yeah. What do you think of this, Hawks? About the center area? Should I smooth quartz any of the inner stairs in your opinion? I don't think I like smooth quartzing any of the inner stairs. I think they do weird things when I do that. I don't think I like that thick, smooth zone. It's the only place you'll be able to appreciate it. Okay, you said not any of the smooth. The center. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Quartz, quartz, quartz. Then regular quartzy stairs there. I do think I like how... So we're gonna replace these next. Now we have... Yeah, I definitely like the smooth everywhere else, but nothing looks right with the smooth in those middle sections. Yeah, I could not get anything that I was like, this looks whack. I don't like that. But yeah, I think I really like how that's come out. I think if I did the smooth in the center, I would just have to knock these ones out and commit to like having that light in the floor being primary light for the space. Now the question is, does it need third one across the back here? Or do I do something different along this wall? So we would go dirt, 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 dirt. Dirt, dirt. So actually be thinner than that. Oh, that's interesting. That's gonna look interesting because it's gonna be the only one that's gonna be lit. Would have to be that way so that I could do a corner thing. Maybe not bad. Okay. Vex says, okay, Ox says, I think the bottom of the pool might need to be smooth in some capacity. Maybe. Kind of hard to see. That would make a big difference. But we could put them in there. Smooth. Fab. And then Vex says, Eve, when are we watching Chainsaw Man in the anime club? I don't think we're watching Chainsaw Man at any point in the anime club. If we did, it would have to be at the very least after the Raze movie comes out for streaming. Because I think it's easier. People might appreciate it more if we include the movie arc rather than just the show itself. I think the show is very good, but I think that the show covers the like slowest part of the manga as it is the very beginning. I have been rewatching it with a friend recently. Okay, I'm curious what they think. Is it your friend's first time watching it? I'm curious if that is the case. And then Hawk says, also, I'm pretty sure I still have a bunch of smooth quartz sitting in my storage. Actually, it doesn't help you on Treehouse, though. Yeah, I still might build this on both servers, though. It's so cool that I think it's worth doing. Oh, and then somewhere back there, I think, Ox, you asked me, am I still going to leave the other apartments empty for people to decorate? Are you going to leave the regular apartments empty for people to decorate? And no, I am not doing that. Tyler has an apartment building with apartments that people can decorate. What I am going to do, I think I talked about this last stream, is I'm going to make every apartment themed after one of the job blocks. And I want this thing, this is actually going to be a base. This is going to be one person's base, because every room is going to be themed after a job and have all the stuff you need for that job in the room. And this is going to be my base on Treehouse, where I have my shop, I have my base, I have everything I ever need. I never need to build another base. It's just going to be one whole fully designed build all the way through. What are you doing here, wandering trader? We don't take solicitors. It would be funny I'd have to figure out, because once I get it designed, I have to ask Joe where to put it. And I have to figure out if I'm close enough to that without, like, horribly interrupting other things. We'll find out. It would be funny to connect to the dumpster, though. It'd be so funny to give this, like, some kind of basement that enters into the dumpster. Skylar made for me. I demand you knock out one of the walls between apartments so that I can have a double-sized one to stay at when I visit. So basically you just mean the top floor apartments, right? These ones are already double. But do you mean take out, like, this entire wall? I haven't actually gotten around to designing this, but all the top floor ones are double. But are you saying you would like this wall? Yeah, absolutely. You can have a top floor one, and I'll. Oh god, I forgot it would do that. Where's the? Kind of impressed it's going through the double slabs. Well, that's a problem. That's funny. Yeah, I didn't. So it's going through both the waterlogged slab and the other slab. Oh. Actually hilarious, which might mean I do want to keep the water feature, but I think that's going to force me to raise the whole thing up by one. I think that's what's going to happen here. Is on my own time, I'm going to lift that by one block up. Very comical and unfortunate. That will drive me nuts. So we're not gonna. We'll fix that later. That's not a today problem. But let me go back. I know Vex was typing about Chainsaw Man. I have been rewatching it with a friend recently. It is. I'm interested to see what they do with the future seasons after you said that it was the slow part of the manga, because I remember it being good quality, but not anything as insane as people were implying when it was coming out. I don't know anything outside of what was shown in the anime other than some spoilers related to Mami Makima. Yeah, Skylar, the dumpster tunnel system. The dumpster tunnel system would be excellent. I don't really know what the underground plans are for the Mushroom Island, but it would be funny to connect them to the dumpster. I kind of want to do that. And then over here, X says, oh, so apparently John Linux is suspending my PC just randomly now because it did it again after being idle for like 15 minutes. That's not cool. Are you sure it's not just the power settings? I'm investigating that now. It just started happening after I installed GPU drivers, but it may have also just updated during the reboot. That sounds not great. Hope you're able to get it sorted out, Vex. Because computer randomly restarting is not good. Ugh, am I actually going to even be able to raise this? If I raise this by a block? How would I do that? God, no, because it would go so high. Do I just have to break the continuity down here and put full blocks? Guys, this has really been the interesting challenge of trying to build. Or do I have to just remove my water feature? I really liked it. I think it's very nice. And I hope I can figure out a way to make it stay. Leaking water is a problem. Because if I raise it, it goes too high. That's way too tall. One whole block would be too big. I can't raise it by half slab. What if you just raise the center of the floor? What if you just raised the center of the floor? I'm not sure I follow. You're saying... oh, just raise the whole floor up? So... move... these guys. I would then have to move these up by one. I think I would raise those by one. I could raise the whole center. I could. I'm just unclear if I would like... So, okay. How do we do this? Is there an easy way for me to just move this all with my, like... What is it? Yeah, how am I world editing again? Been quite a long time since I world edited. It's position, something position. H pause 1. H pause 2. Slash. Do I have to copy it? There a copy? I think there's a copy that's not in there. Copy. Slash. Oh, I need to make it higher. Whoops. That is gotta go at least that way up. So this is H pause 2. Pause 2. Now slash copy. Slash cut. Oh god, I've made a mistake. Where am I? The dogs are going wacky bananas. Oh, hello? Dirt that went to the offhand? Slash paste? Oh god, that did a thing. Okay. Not quite. Slash get rid of you again. Oh god. That's funny. Go away. Oh, am I completely screwed now? Oh, interesting. Well, still too high. Oh, interesting. Now it's doing something. How interesting. It's deleted the floor. Undo. Okay. Floor's back. How do those guys get down there anyway? Okay. Slash undo. Slash undo. Undo. Okay. We got this back. We're back here. We're pretend nothing happened. That was incredibly funny. Okay. We're gonna stand here. Now, do we copy? Move up by 1 and paste it? Is that correct? So, slash cut. Jump. Slash paste. Okay, that's more or less what we wanted, aside from the sand that fell down. Okay. What do we think that the base of this would need? Now you have to build your platform first so the sand doesn't fall. You do oh god, where was I when I did that? Slash undo slash undo. Okay. We're gonna put our platform block. So we're going to slash copy. We're gonna place our platform block. Then we're going to cut it. Then we're going to visualize with our minds where the platform. No. What will happen now? Okay, it's back to where it was. So you just overrode your copy with your cut. So again, I just copy. So I have to cut it now. I just don't need it. Okay. But I cut it here, right? This is the moment where I cut the thing. But then I put my platform. But now I must build the platform that it goes on. Which is approximately now 5 that direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boink. That. All right, now I imagine with my mind what block would look good here. Sandstone, maybe? Or my cut sandstones? Does it just have to be quartz? If I did quartz, maybe I would do that one. Do logs. If I do logs, I want to do these spruce logs. So then I would do one of these with something interesting on the corners. Let's see what an alternating would look like. And then let's throw down a sandstone line. So what would I do for the corner if I did this? Probably do a sandstone still, honestly. And then this one, we're just gonna have to imagine with our minds what that would look like, because it's gonna be block of quartz again. And I want chiseled sandstone. Let's imagine that, actually. And then there's not a cut sandstone wall, it's a regular sandstone wall. We could also do one of those, like that. Okay, so no matter what we do, anything is a dress, like it's a window dressing, because the center is gonna just have to be, it's gonna make it the wood we've been using everywhere. The center just has to be full of something. Get in there, wood. See, I hate that that's going to happen, so I don't think the wall is going to be the solution at the end of the day. So now we just paste it. Why'd you fall? Why did that one fall? And? Oh, I missed it? Okay. Alright, well, it's there now. See, if I didn't need it to be... Okay, no, maybe I'm gonna have to do my very elaborate... Okay. I have an idea. This is gonna be interesting. This'll work, because I've done this in my base, actually. Arc. Oak stair. It's gonna be fucky for a second, but we're gonna do it. Whoops. And then we do this. And that solves our problem. So I was suggesting you build up the floor around it so you can stand next to it. Yeah. Which would probably be the right way to go. I don't hate that, though. I actually really like that. I might use that somewhere else. I think that's that's a thing I had to do a lot in my base to get walls like this to not be fucked up and weird. I do see this quote, get in there, wood. It's pretty good. But yeah, so that would just be me. X says, so I think I've gotten hardware acceleration to work with Jellyfin. Let's go! I agree! Woo! Boink, 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 boink. Boink, boink, boink. Break those. Do, 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 do. Break those. And then we put our wood in. Whoops. I also fixed it shutting off. Very nice. Very sus. Vex is transcoding, but not trans. Is that even legal? Okay. So now, I think what I would want to do is do... What do the chiseled guys look like anything from the top? Not really. I think I would want to do log, chisel, log, chisel, logs again. Whoops, one too many log, chiseled, logs. Then what I want to do, like, stair around it? What stair would look good? Do I then have to do the quartz? You guys, quartz stairs now? Quartz and other one. So then I would do maybe quartz. Nope. Guess maybe it would just be the corner one is quartz. Smooths again. Smooth quartz. Smooths. Oh god. Go. Smooth, 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 smooth. Quartz. Smooth stones. Quartz. Whoops. Smooths the rest of the way. That guy got long. A couple of them got long. Sort that out later. Okay. So now... the quartz is saying to my brain, do not step. Okay. Well, we don't want that. Sand. Stone. Whoops. Mud. Brick. Eject, 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 eject. Sand. Stone. Let's try some of these. Ding, 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 ding. Oh god, mud. Nope. That. That. I guess first of all, do I like the mud brick at all? Because mud brick is my building as well. I don't mind the mud brick actually. I think it might be a good idea because it ties back to the building. Try it out. I could curse myself by making this all weathered copper. That'd be a thing I could do. But yeah. Let's see. Egg, one of the most popular forms of child to eat. Eggs are surely the most popular form of child to eat. Surely there's not a more popular form of child to eat. Force is saying do not step. Technically, my GPU is the one transcoding now. Actually, the whole problem was that my CPU was doing it, but it couldn't. Obviously, if I was doing it, it would have went fine, but I am not trans enough. Hexen is estrogen-fueled GPU. This streamed video is brought to you by GPU, Girl-Powered Unit. Excellent. We love that. I think making it the cursed copper is actually the best idea. I don't want to do it. So waxed, exposed. Ugh, I suffer. It's these guys. Maybe these guys. Just noticed my stream title. I honestly, what did I put for that again? Oh, maybe we'll design a garden inside where all gardens go. Yep. Brought to you by the creator of the Underground Greenhouse. Whoops. This would allow us to do that, break that one. That, break, break. And we could put one of these, one of those, that guy, bring back our little lever. Turn these on. All right, how do we like that? For our new, fix the fountain. Let's get the cheers back. Whoops. The hell is that? Sheep spawning. I'm brain not functioning. Shear. There we go. That's the thing I want. Berry oatmeal. What's this? So we want our berry here. Make sure that's still sheared. Stay as such. I think those are. I think I want it one more. Allow us to put our berry there. Uh-oh. Well, looky here. It is Griffin. Howdy. How are you doing, Griffin? Apparently you've wandered into the fact that I'm streaming. Hi, hello, hi. Welcome to my apartment building I'm building. Oh, indeed. Twitch was nice enough to show that you were live, but it was hiding other people from me. That's funny. Well, anyway, Griffin, let me show you what I've been working on. Check out my very cool apartment building. It is all designed around the fact that the bottom floor is going to be an armor shop. But so I'm going to display each suit of armor, like all the trims on these different platforms here. But I just really love the way that this inside came out. What's the rent? Well, I guess I'll show you our only apartment I've built so far in this thing, which is the top floor, the penthouse apartment. We're working on it still. But this, God knows. So I think you own the building. You stay in this place. I just think you own the building. Because you got your bedroom in here. You got your bath. The kitchen's gonna go here. You got your stairs up to your weird top floor entertaining deck area. You got your bar, your fire pit, your decorative cactus, your stand, your display case for God knows what. And then you have your nice garden area that I'm still working on. Yeah, I might be a little influenced by apartment looking. I hope that's going well. I don't know how apartments are in this time. Yeah, so far the building does only have one bathroom, so Yeah, work in progress still. 'Cause I've really only built this singular apartment so far, which is kind of going for a Badlands desert-inspired theme. But I'm really, really happy with how it's coming out. All the other... I have many, many more apartments to go, which are going to be down here in the halls. Ox has already called dibs on one of these as a guest house. Oh, I forgot about the sand that fell through the ceiling. Oh, that's light. Okay, interesting. I was like, what's happening there on the floor? But yeah. It's casual still. Interview is 1st of November, so we're just poking around. We always poke around a little. It's fun looking at things. I kind of agree. Thank you. I'm really happy with how the block palette came out. But so, as you can see, the bulk of this place is going to be designing these little tiny single unit apartments where I'm going to kind of cram the little facsimile of a room, but they're mostly going to be centered around the top blocks. This thing is actually going to be just one big base. And so all the apartment rooms are all going to be decorated around the jobs, doing like anything you would need to do in your base. Rather than... Because one of my other lovely server members, Skylab, has built some apartments with rooms for people to move in. And the dogs are going bananas. Let me go see what that's about. It's not actually about anything, but let me just remind them that somebody's home. Let me put you on the BRB screen. You can mind the wall chicken really quickly while I go take a look at why are dogs going bananas, and then I will show you some more of the stuff. So give me 1 second. Alright, I'm back. The dogs are just barking at nothing. Who knows? I hope the wall chicken was well behaved. But yeah. Well, if you're there, Griffin, Ox wanted me to show you the crawl space, which I think is a very fun part of this build. Because I ended up with a weird middle area. So obviously the roof of the shop ends and the floors of the apartments begin, but I had one layer in the middle that I was just like, I don't know, there's like a weird gap in here. What am I going to build? So I had originally put a little trapdoor here in the corner that you could then access the crawl space through. But Ox, being Ox and amazing, came in and she made it so that when I access this little barrel, it opens the floor. And so now it's a very secret entrance that you can then close from behind on the inside. But, so this area was originally conceived of as where I was going to put kind of infrastructure, things that look like they're doing something, furnaces for the apartments, etc., etc. And then I thought, oh, what if I put in some what look like loose building supplies that got kind of bricked up into this area, but now you couldn't get them out even if you wanted to. They're kind of stuck here, leftovers from when the building was built. Yeah, kind of like a boiler room, weird forgotten storage. But then I imagined what would happen if someone, young child, found this space. This would have been an amazing place as a kid. I would have loved it. Crawl space. And so I built down here, actually, a little, like, hideaway room. And I'm slowly going to fill this crawl space, as I do with the infrastructure, with just stuff that, like, obviously some kid who just wants to get away from their life has dragged all these things slowly down here. Yeah, there would be Black Widows, Rusty Nails, and one secret childhood hideaway. Yeah, I had a crawl space at the house that I grew up in that was below the house, and it was just like dirt on the bottom of the house at the top, and it was just full of spiders, full of whatever was down there, with snakes. And so I wasn't obviously not allowed to go in there. We had one of those awful, I don't know if any of you grew up with a floor furnace. Not, but the floor furnace both was a nightmare, but dangerous, because, like, I remember whenever my parents had to run the floor furnace to heat up the house, they had to, like, put, like, all of the laundry baskets and just all stuff around it so that you wouldn't step on it, because it had a big metal grate across the top where obviously the heat came out of the floor furnace, but you could just step on that. And it was like, what was this insane old design? And then, like, things could fall into the floor furnace. So I remember losing, like, crayons into it, or different things, then eventually got melted by the heat. Yeah, you could warm your feet, you could burn your feet. It's quite silly. Yeah, a lot of things went into the floor furnace. It was not a great time. That house had no hallways, so it was just every single room was connected to another room, and the only bathroom in the house was sandwiched in between two bedrooms. So to go to the bathroom, you had to go through one of the two bedrooms, and then the bathroom was linked in the middle with two doors on opposite sides. So you had to remember to lock two doors, and if you didn't, someone would accidentally come in from the other bedroom. And it was just like, it was a very goofy house to grow up in as a child. But yeah, so it's got that crawl space in there. I did have the sense to be afraid of things. The floorness, or the fur floor. That does sound bad. The worst version of carpet. Ox also kindly built this elevator for this apartment building so that you can access, it's the shop from the front, but it on the backside has the entrance for the apartments. And then it also just has a place where you can fly in with your elytra, because I design every house building thing I do with just the ability to fly into it with elytra, because this is Minecraft, and we do that. I fly everywhere. Since you're here, Griffin, and I was largely think this is good for today. We've made a lot of progress on the inside. I changed this staircase to be more Badlands themed, which I kind of I like it. I'm going to do some more decorating here, figure out what I want to put in the space. Probably like a little table with display. And then we've been mostly working on the garden area up here, which is coming along really nicely. I really like the atmosphere. Even if you don't build in it, there's always a place to fly into a build that isn't the front door. Yeah. So I build them in just to make it convenient. Yeah, inside gardens, the place where gardens go. But I'm actually really happy with how this came out. This was kind of what I was envisioning in the space. I debated, maybe I want to figure out how to incorporate like a little tree in this area. We'll see. I don't think it makes the most sense. Most of the rest of this seems, at least to some degree, plausible because you would get some sunlight through all these openings. So it's some amount of plausible. I could always put some glass on the roof. That might not be a bad idea, actually, to glass panel some of these. We'll see, as I continue to design this space, what I do. I'm curious, Ox, what have I... Oh, in the next update, there are copper chains. That's cool. Yeah, they might be. That'd be a good idea. But, let me go really quick. Let me pop over to the live server, since I do think the regular ones look fine, but since Griffin, I'm not sure how much you've ever seen my base, because Ox does come here on occasion. But this is my Minecraft base. I'm very happy with it. I live underground. Yeah, it is dark and bat-cavey. Here is the wall chicken, for anybody who is wondering what that BRB screen is about. The wall chicken refuses to come down from here. And so I think I have to build like actual stairs. That's what I'm thinking here. It's having a good time though. The wall chicken is very funny. But yeah, otherwise, my base. All my beacons. I really appreciate how many beacons are in this place. Oh, I guess they go away if I turn the shaders off. But, yeah, why should it? It's the best block. This goes pretty far down, almost to bedrock there. This is probably generally considered the nicest looking part of my base, where I grow a little bit of crops. I have my couple of houses. Yeah, I really like the slate and the green. I think it's come out very cool. I'm very happy. I was telling everybody that I want to add more color, but I think I want to do it by terraforming the walls and adding like the different stone colors in, or adding more dripstone in. Because I'm starting to put dripstone in some of the areas to give it more of a natural cave feeling. And I don't think I'm really going to add all too much with the palette of the actual base itself. I do want to figure out how to get tough in a little more. I haven't quite figured that out yet, but tough is the one other thing I want to add. But I build a lot of dioramas in my base. I got my axolotl pond. This is obviously down here where I'm going to grow my nether wart, but it couldn't be just quite normal. I'm building like a whole miniature nether fortress wing of the base down here. Work in progress, but I'm really excited for how this is going to come out. One day I'll probably do that on a stream. Once I finish this cursed apartment building, I love it, but I've also been working on it for too long, so I've really got to get that thing done. Actually get it built before I want to just get back into my base and get lost working on whatever little projects I decide to do down here. The only other really impressive thing that I would definitely like to show you, if you've never seen it, is have you ever seen the musical melon over here, the melon machine? This is, in my opinion, one of the two most impressive things in my base, neither of which I've built. But I have this melon. It has a lever on it. It plays music. It is quite an amazing melon. So, really, the special melon, it's quite crazy how they fit all that technology into one melon. In reality, it's actually this thing down here. This colossal note block machine hidden in the floor. It's like the competitor to Apple, and then the very cool entrance I built for it. Because Ox decided to prank me by building this in my base. This is an Ox prank. In case you ever wondered to yourself what an Ox prank might look like. It is quite large and quite complex. So, very fun. I love it. This is really my pride and joy. I have worked, as you can imagine, quite a lot of hours on this. I do think that everybody like pouring tons of time into their own Minecraft bases. But I think that you can sort of appreciate the scale of mine and just kind of infer the amount of time that I've worked on it. Every build requires quite a lot of digging. Over here, I am establishing the newest wing of my base. Okay, actually on Halcyon Heights, which is the server that Griffin plays on, I'm not sure if you've seen, incidentally, we have Melonsoft technology riffing on Apple and MS. I think it was Blackcloud Wanderer's idea, but Ginger uses it a lot, so it might have been hers or them together. That's fun. I could open a Melonsoft branch. That'd be entertaining. This is the pit. This is the dig site. Where we're standing right now is ground level originally. I have dug out this area to start doing a lot of interesting builds. I want to do kind of just a city descending along all the walls with a tower in the center. That's what this platform is originally designating where the tower was going to be, but it's going to move more towards the center. But as you can see, by that sheer wall gives the best impression, I think, of the amount of digging that's gone on here to get this area prepped. This sheer wall also. But the thing that obviously I've worked on a lot, but is probably not obvious, is how much I've shaped every wall here. These are pretty much all custom creations. This is the only part of it that is truly natural, that's generated this way. But this used to be filled in the center, as you can tell by all these floating ores. They're in their original positions. But this is mostly all custom terrain in here. You can see the areas where it's like, okay, obviously the illusion breaks here because I haven't fixed up the bottoms yet. And I'm slowly working on it. But almost nothing here is natural terrain. This was connected originally from this wall here, sloped down at a big angle like that. And I carved it in because I wanted to have this line of sight to be able to see farther down the builds, which I think will come out really cool. And so yeah, I hope the tower will come out cool at the end. But yeah, I've been carving out the views because obviously I'm underground. That's what I gotta do. A lot of digging. And so I just like the idea of kind of this canyon and then opening up into this big area where I'm gonna have a lot of different stuff. And I'm really excited. This is a very long-term project for me. This is actually pretty much all I do when I play Minecraft. I'm on either here or I'm on the Treehouse server, which you may have heard of, Griffin, because that is Acorn Bandit's server. And I mostly mess around over there. Acorn was actually here earlier. But we love Acorn in this chat. Acorn is pretty much the main person I watch on Twitch. If you ever catch her streams, I am the incredibly active chatter over there. But her server is very fun. I have some server members who have stopped by the stream today. I don't really have a lot going on over there at the moment. I think you could, that's the only, because I don't build a whole ton. I'm actually in my hilarious dumpster house because I live in a dumpster. Very unassuming. Yeah, I know, I don't know exactly the order of... Oh, okay, no, I'm pretty confident I found my way to your streams because of Joe at some point. Joe was like, I'm sure Ox was streaming. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I was just there for that. Joe recommended that we raid you when Ox was like, hey, who do we have to raid? And so I do think it's all Joe's fault. This is my only recent thing I've built over here on Treehouse. The Ender Chest Summoning Circle. This is largely my fault, all the Ender Chest stuff that is slowly propagating this part of the park. All of this started entirely because Acorn just constantly did not have Ender Chests on her. So this is truly the most shitpost build. Whoops, storage over there. But yeah, I met Joe through Acorn. She raided into me. Joe was stuck to the walls when it was all done. I tried a pesticide, then an herbicide, but neither worked. Joe is persistent. Understandable. But yeah, so it's been fun getting to poke you around and say hi in your streams every so often. I'm not generally the most mostly I watch Twitch during the day because I have an incredibly boring job that doesn't require a ton of my attention, so I'm mostly on chatting in Acorn's chat during like the work hours because I don't have anything better to be doing. And so evenings, I'm not quite as active on Twitch. I try to catch a little bit of streams now and again. But obviously, there's so much life that needs lifing. And you gotta get stuff done. It's always a bit of a rat race trying to run around and figure out, oh god, I need to do this. Oh god, I need to get that done today. Oh god, I need to cook dinner. As a single person figuring out all that on my own, I'm just doing most of my own stuff all the time. It's an adventure. Life is an adventure. Yeah, Griffin, totally get that. When I was in an office, I was much more active online. The balance is much harder working from home. Part of it is the distractions when home are many. I believe it. I understand. But yeah, we are reaching the final stage of the stream, which is the part where I play one honorary, not even honorary, but one amusing game, League of Legends, and I try to explain League of Legends to whoever happens to be in my chat at the time. It is a game that I have loved. I have played since 2010, I want to say, and I still enjoy it. In my opinion, it is the best game I've ever played. And so I like to close out my streams with one game, and then we'll find a place to raid after that. But let me get my category switched because I have forgotten to do that. Edit my stream info. Change my category. Done. Then we'll over here, I'll close a few of these tabs I had open for Minecraft. Get my stream stuff back. And we're gonna... Yeah, time to watch me get griefed by my teammates. We're gonna find out how this is gonna go. So we're gonna go over back to the desktop. We're gonna close all these things, and we're gonna see how long it takes League of Legends to launch today. Because the client is bad. My one complaint. I've double-clicked the button. Let's see what it's doing. Does it want to open today? Hello? League of Legends? Let's try doing it again. See if it thinks the second time was better. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. At what point do I just... Oh, I'm gonna have to task manager to see what it's doing? Because yeah, sometimes we get the Riot client. Oh, nope. By the time I hit the task manager, League of Legends just decided, finally, that it wanted to do something. Yeah, the client is yeah, it saw me doing something. Did you see, Vex, that the winter map is coming back? Have you seen the winter map? Was the winter map already gone by the time you started playing League of Legends? And I'm going to take this moment really quick to run to the bathroom, actually. So I'll put you guys on the BRB, and then we will get this show on the road. I need to make a League BRB screen, actually, because I currently only have the wall chicken, which is great, but not quite in theme. So I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. The wall chicken is great. We love the wall chicken. I do think that Vex's suggestion to make a BRB screen that is a wall chicken but Azir is pretty good. I like Ghost Boys. Do something chicken. Do a dance. What are you? Chicken. It is doing it. Chicken is all. The chicken is indeed amazing. Vex was saying that for my league-themed AFK screen, I should do a wall chicken with this character, who is indeed clearly a chicken. I don't think what other chickens do we have? We got this bird. That could be a chicken. Vex's favorite character is down here somewhere. I might have... Nope, I have not gone past. There's Vex's favorite character, Wall Shaco. What Shaco skin is the best skin, in your opinion, Vex? Yeah, it would be very funny if we do that, Ghost Boy. Second best is Soul Fighter. Okay, Soul Fighter is pretty far down the line. That is Soul Fighter. And then the best is Cat, the cat one. Cat in the box Shaco. Cat Girl Shaco. Incredibly funny. So are you particularly attached to the clown aesthetic of Shaco? It doesn't seem like it, considering the two skins you picked are not the clown ones. But yeah. Ghost Boy has to get a mouse to play. League is pretty not great without a mouse. But I also think you'd be able to pick it up, Ghost Boy. You have a long history of playing multiplayer games. So I think you'd be able to do it. It's not that I love clowns, but I think that his aesthetic is super perfect for him, and I would not change it. Gotcha. And Vex says, I like the annoying chaos vibes. I use base Shaco skin for 300k mastery points now. Yeah, and I played a little Ghost Boy because we played it on the touchpad, and that was not great. Oh, but yeah, actually, Ghost Boy, I forgot. They're adding WASD controls. So maybe when they've added WASD, then it will... Oh, is it so bad, Vex? That's funny. Does it need the mouse at all? What? So what? How do you do anything on WASD? You move with WASD. Where do the skills go? Yeah, okay. So you would still need a mouse to auto attack and aim. So they've just moved movement off of the mouse, or right clicking basically. But you would still need the mouse. And where did the skills go? What if they decided government assigned default skill firing buttons are? Because that's one of the ones that I was a little curious about. Skills are right click equals Q. Interesting. I've never really quite looked at the characters, but this is my main character in the game. The League fighting game is coming to consoles, so should be available soon on all of them. I think once it's out of the closed beta or whatever they're doing right now. But yeah, this is my favorite character in League. But she only has one skin that's worth playing, which is this one. It's quite unfortunate. She's such an old character that her in-game model looks terrible, but this skin has its own unique in-game model, and it's the only one that looks good. And very unfortunate. Very tragic. I do. Oh no, Ox. Oh no, this wasn't a fighting game? No, Ghost Boy is referring to the genre of games where you have two characters standing on opposite sides of the screen from each other and you punch. The Street Fighters or Mortal Kombats. Those are the fighting games. It technically is a fighting game, but that's not what is implied. It is a unfortunately named MOBA, Multiplayer Online Battle Arena, which is basically every game that's ever existed. It's a multiplayer fighting versus game of any sort. But Vex says, WASD feels a bit weird since you either have true directional controls, but the map is slanted, so you're pressing multiple keys, or you can have the game slant the controls for you, but then W doesn't mean north, which means feels equally bad. Also, if you press WASD during an auto attack windup, you cancel it, which feels so bad. Yeah, I've not been a fan of the idea of the WASD controls. Don't know how they're going to work. And I don't think I'm going to try them. But let's get this queue going. We'll get our show on the road, get our one game in. This is about the average time that I stream for so far. Why are you Abyssal? So that is... where is that? I haven't messed with that in a while, but let's see if we can change that. That is a... cosmetic thingy that I can change if I can remember where they made you able to change these. That's the profile background. Is that just... oh god, I haven't tried to change that in so long. Not the WASD. That's like a little title, but I don't remember where the... do you remember where you changed those, Vex? Is that in here? Oh, they've changed this a little bit since I last messed with these at all. So, do I have one for a champion out of curiosity? I've seen some that are... I've seen some that are specific to your character. I don't really know where those ones are. But, yeah, basically you, like, pick a thingy, and then you put it as your, like, thing that shows up under your name. Mine is related to the... it's for some ARAM related challenge. And I just liked the way it sounded. Abyssal. But I don't know where it was in here. Somewhere in there. You gotta figure out how you get the ones that are associated with your specific champion. So let's go back here. It's going to simultaneously feel really bad and be meta for AD carry, which is a bad combo. I do not mean to gripe. I'm actually happy that they're experimenting with it, but I feel like they made it intentionally clunky in an attempt to make mouse move viable, which I hate. I feel like y'all don't like AD carry players very much. AD carry players really don't like themselves. Because yeah, even AD carry players don't like AD carry players very much. Not from that specifically, but overall. But to be fair, AD carry players don't like anyone very much. Sounds like Shaco players universally are just having a good time. Everyone else that hates them, they're trying to bring us down. I don't think I believe that, Vex. I've met some very toxic Shaco players. But the AD carry players, Ox, they're going through it. They've all got like horrible PTSD at this point. They simultaneously play a position that in their mind they imagine is, oh, we got some good characters in the top here. I'm not going to stick with this one that I got. Because Zyra is a champion that I main, which I kind of want to play, but I also might do Bel'Veth, depending on what my team comp kind of looks like here. We don't really have very much physical damage. I don't know if someone's going to switch to a more... He switched to magic, but he switched to melee, which I don't love. So we have 180 range. Oh, okay, we have 280 ranged. That's good enough. So I am going to stick with Zyra. We're going to have some fun. This is one of my favorite champions to play. Bel'Veth is another favorite. But we now have 2 ranged AD, 2 range melee magic damage, and I'm now 1 ranged magic damage. And I think that balances out pretty well. I find that AD Shaco players tend to be a bit weird, but that's basically a different champion, so it doesn't count. Yeah, AD Shaco players are a thing. They exist. Alright, so we've got Teemo, hate that guy. Then they've got ranged AD, magic ranged, melee AD, conceptually magic ranged. So they've got a really ranged skewed team. They have a very magic damage skewed team, which doesn't really affect... One of the fun things about Zyra, none of it really affects what I do. My game plan and builds are pretty much straightforward every time. Most AP Shaco players are pretty chill, but I'm biased. The BC players are just out of date. It's funny. That guy is going to be having a bad day. My champion is very good against his champion. Almost hit that guy. We've been stunned. We really came out ahead in that first trade, though. They're actually really down. Okay, we got the first blood, which is fun. He didn't really need to go for that, but his champion is a little feast or famine, so I can see why he wanted to secure the early kill for himself. I am going to max my root ability, because I think that's going to be good in this situation. Even though poking is good, the thing I really want to do by maxing root is I want to be able to hold that Jarvan in place when he jumps in at us. I want him to... Basically, I want him to suffer the most, and so I've decided to maximize my Jarvan suffering ability. So... yeah, we hate the rich, we hate royalty. It's a really good hit on that part. So we got that kill. We're gonna get this guy as well. Teemo is just getting slammed pretty hard. Oh nice, we actually got him. When I get unstunned, I will kill the Draven and the Victor. Well, that went really well for us. They really kind of just... At some point, they decided that they didn't want to live anymore, and they overcommitted. I think I can save this guy, maybe. No, if he had just run, maybe I could have saved him. Hoping that... Oh, I flashed too late. I got him for most of his health with my tower, though. damage, got him killed. Gotta buy my items. Yeah, have a great night, Skylar. Thank you for stopping by. Really happy to have seen you, and I'm glad your car is okay. So now we're they're all pretty healthy again, so we're just gonna sit here and poke for a little while. That guy just walked way too close. Utterly blasted. The Draven just blew his ultimate on us and he didn't really get anything for it, so we're kind of chilling. We're trying to poke. We're ahead, and our comp, I think, is better. This guy's dead. As soon as he got hit by the Mordekaiser has an ability that he throws that grabs people and pulls them towards him. As soon as he got hit by that, he was done. This is a pretty one-sided start to this game. They're getting pretty wrecked. Oh, I managed to get my ultimate off at least, so that'll help my teammates win that fight. Let me buy my boots. I'm gonna see some speak. MF really took that snowball, yeah. Silly misfortune. I'm never a snowball unranged person. Not most ranged, anyway. Oh god, I can break it. Good job, Mord. Let's get this guy. He's dead. That guy, I can't believe he went in like that. He's just gonna take more damage than he wants from that. I always go this burn item that I've got, because I think that the scaling is really good. I'm gonna ignite this guy early. We're definitely gonna get him. Got the root on the Draven, while my plants are just kind of poking, applying the burn. But I get this burn item as quick as I can because it's just better early. It scales not super great, and so I want to get it as soon as I can in combination with the sorcery boots to maximize the damage, but also to just give me enough mana to keep constantly casting abilities. I'm not a big fan of the Liandry's first builds because it doesn't have mana on it. I see that every so often. So I'm gonna go this into what is the other item that I'm going to build after this? Uh-oh, I'm going to die. But I'll take at least that and disincentivize them from engaging further. I'm going to go Liandry's into the burn... Not the burn, the magic penetration item, Bloodletter's Curse, which will help my teammates as well, rather than the one that is more greedy-oriented just to helping me. I think my champion is just very good at applying it, so it's really effective for me to get it so that I can support my teammates, but also just buff my own damage. But yeah, there was a point where Liandry's built from an item that had... I don't like that, buddy. You're coming with me. When Liandry's gave mana, it no longer does, and so I think that you really need the mana. I think pretty much all mages that aren't cooldown based. So a lot of my damage, Ox, is what's called burn damage, and so it continues after I die for an X amount of time. And so I had just... It was basically the joke, you're already dead, because I had done enough to kill him and he was guaranteed to go with me. Oh god, the storm, go away. Uh-oh. So these guys are just like throwing themselves at us, but it is not working out in their favor. Uh-oh, we're dead. But yeah, Vex is correct. A lot of the post damage I did on that guy was due to the fact that I used my longer cooldown 80 seconds in this mode, Ignite, which deals 300 chew damage to a target over 5 seconds and applies 40% Grievous Wounds for that duration. Grievous Wounds is a status debuff that makes it so even if they receive healing, it's halved. So it's really good against healing champions. It's also very good for guaranteeing kills. But even like right now, I put the burn on that guy, so like a lot of my damage is just applied. It's small amounts of damage over time. The only thing I have that is like truly like huge chunks of damage at once is my ultimate ability, which is the big circle that I throw on the floor every so often. That also increases the efficiency of my plants, because my character, I'm basically creating little plants all over, which you can kind of see show up every now and again. And the plants, whenever they hit somebody, they also apply my burn damage. So like right now, I can put this plant under the tower, it's gonna die, but as long as it shot somebody one time, I've applied some damage, and I'm slowly harassing them. This guy committed, which was a bold play. Let's check how it worked out for him. It didn't. Spoiler alert. So a lot of what I do is I just keep putting these plants down from farther away, so my plant can maybe shoot them, but there's no chance for them to hit me back. This guy's gonna pop out sometime soon. Oh, we gotta split up a little bit. Oh no, not that guy. But this is truly... This is a slaughter. This is not even, like, close. See, right now my plant is actually still alive, so it's helping my teammate, even though I'm long dead. So now I go over here, I finish my torment, then I'm gonna go build this item next. I actually almost bought most of it. I need a little bit more gold. And yeah, glad to see the rat dying. We hate trap characters. We hate trap characters, says the trap character player. Right. What is Shaco in this, in your mind, in this situation? I have no clue what you're talking about. I like that I can detonate the Teemo shrooms. if I want to with my plants. I love that I can detonate Shaco boxes with my plants. Plants are actually just great. We love plants in this house. Oh, this guy's dead. They've just lost. That's the game right there. Storm is annoying. There's no way this guy comes back and does anything useful. We love just blowing people up in their fountain. Zyra plants procking Shaco boxes is so BS. We hate Plant Lady. I love the Plant Lady. We've absolutely crushed this game. Went great. We love that for us. GG's. Trap characters. I didn't know Admiral Akbar was a champion. I'm going to honor a teammate. I'm going to honor the Misfortune. That's just truly a blind pick. I don't know that he did any better than anyone else on my team. I guess the Varus did the best. But I like Misfortune more than Varus, so bias on my part. I got 2 honor from Genuine Penguin and Kidori. So Genuine Penguin and the Varus. Yeah, I mostly agree with you, Ox. The thing going on in League is, let's see, everyone on your team honored a teammate, so you got a little extra honor progress this game. So there's benefit to all of us if we all honor at least one person. So I always generally honor one person at the very minimum so that we all get a little bit of a reward. And then, yeah, because you do get things for doing it. It is polite in ARAM to use them. Eventually you build up a bunch of them because, like, there are truly games where I'm like, no one gets it. We all suffer today. No honor for anybody. But in this kind of situation, this is the kind of game where if I had had the maximum, because you can store up to 4 honors, I would have honored every one of my teammates. I would have gone down the line, clicked the button on everybody. I think we all did great. That was an overwhelming victory. My team did awesome. I liked playing with all of them. And so it was just like that unfortunate moment where I have to make the choice. Look, I only have one. I have to give it to somebody. And it's I gotta pick based on vibes. So I like to use them. I nominate the Scarecrow. He was really outstanding in his field. Ghost Boy jokes, but if there was a fiddle in this game, I hate that character. Yeah, there is a Scarecrow Ghost Boy. You'll like him. He's very horror movie coded. Oh, I already passed him, didn't I? Where is... Oh, he's pretty early on, actually. This is our Scarecrow character, Fiddlesticks. He is very cool, in my opinion. I hate playing against him, but his design is very cool. His voice is incredibly cool. The guy who did the voice acting for Fiddlesticks did this really cool thing where most of his lines he inhaled on the voice lines, and they sound weird. He did like a... So like most of his lines just really all sound like a type noise while he's speaking, and it's incredibly creepy. It's a good time. This is one of the better reworks, in my opinion, Vex. To go from... Let me bring up original Fiddlesticks design so you guys can appreciate the Fiddlesticks glow up, because it's quite funny. images. I want old sticks. I want to show you guys what he looked like originally. Open link in new tab. Oh god, do it that way. There we go. Open image in new tab. All right, here we go. Bring back OBS. Oh, what? Yeah, I could show old Poppy art while we're at it. Here we go. This is original Fiddlesticks. Look at him. Look at that guy. And it's like, just like, look at the glow up that character got. That's wild, right? Looking at this thing. How funny is that? His rework was really good. They made him so much better. I will not show the Fiddlesticks trailer. I do agree. I think the Fiddlesticks trailer is very cool and very good. I do not think Ox would enjoy the Fiddlesticks trailer. I'll show the Poppy one that I know Vex is talking about specifically. Let's go. Poppy. Poppy is another really good rework, in my opinion, because this is Poppy. I actually really like this character now. Let's see. Let's close these. Let's go League Old Poppy. This is what Poppy used to look like. Open it. Open link in new tab. Open. Oh god. This is old Poppy. Open image in new tab. So they really major improvement on this one too. I think Poppy is really actually quite cool now, and gameplay wise, Poppy's rework made her excellent. I love playing this character. But specifically, yeah, Ox, who's their FFS surgeon? I agree, because Poppy's surgeon did great work there. Incredibly funny, but here's the horror. Here is the true horror that it existed in the dark times. Give me that lollipoppy. Look at this thing. This is the reworked lollipoppy. This is the old lollipoppy. It's just like, oh god, what a nightmare. The best part is that I don't know that it really is some 80s horror movie. The best part of this is, though, is that I don't think a lot of players realize you can kind of see the face of Lollipoppy here. They kept it. It's in the lollipop in the background. And I don't know how many people ever noticed that. It's so good. Incredibly funny. What a nightmare. Everything about this was a nightmare. It is the subliminal creepiness. Poppy is a really cool character now. I mostly play this one, the Christmas Poppy. But I actually think a lot of Poppy skins are just really good. Actually, is a really cool champion now. almost every rework, in my opinion, has been really great. I don't know that we have a champion for you, Ghost Boy. If I thought that we had a champion for you, it's Pike, but it's this specific Pike skin. Some of the Pike skins are very, very Ghost Boy coded, but it's probably this one. This is my opinion, my Ghost Boy pick for Pike skins. I think he is a very cool character. I like Default Pike the most. He does have this horror one. I don't remember this. Fright Night Pike. I'm an OG Pike enjoyer. I actually just think his original design is so cool. He's got like a Pirates of the Caribbean, Davy Jones thing going on. But like I said, my favorite character is Sona. But I really like a lot of League's character design. I think they're all pretty great. We've got a lot of really cool looking characters. Again, I know that we talked about this one time, Ox. If I had to government assign you a League of Legends character, frankly, I think it might just be the same one that I play. Do we have a more Ox appropriate skin? Probably not. Sona really could use a rework and update a lot of her older skins and get a new model. Because there's not really an obvious other character that I would say you might. Yeah, I anticipated that problem. I really don't think we have another character that I would say very obviously matches an aesthetic you like. Maybe it's Mel in her other skin, but even that's still not quite. I like Mel. I think she's very cool. She's kind of one of the most she's like one of the only dress wearing female characters now that I really think about it. She's got a dress. Sona's got a dress. Who else even has a dress? Morgana? Does Morgana count as having a dress? Yeah, Morgana has a dress. I play this Morgana Ghost Boy. I think you would like this one too. It's got another really cool color palette that I think you would enjoy. Yeah, I know that comically, Hawks, that Morgana is actually the good sister. These two characters are sisters, and Morgana is indeed the good one, and Kayle is the bad one, actually. And it's quite funny. They have a very inverted. This didn't used to be the case, but they changed it when they reworked them. So Morgana is willing to use like dark magic and stuff, but she's all about like freedom and taking care of the people and all that stuff. And Kayle's all about like purity and justice and all that stuff, but she's way too serious about it and does not care about anyone. I guess Gwen has a dress. Not any dresses that I think you would like, but she has a dress. I think that maybe the first one is the most like honestly Ox approved dress by being the most normal. Yeah, I think the default Gwen. Let's see if we look at her abilities. Maybe we can see it better in game. She fights with big scissors. I really like this character. But yeah, I think default Gwen has a good dress. Who else has a dress of any kind? Does LeBlanc have a dress? I really like what they've done with rework LeBlanc. She doesn't always. She sometimes has something I might describe as a dress, but not all the time. Let's see, who else? Oh, we have more dress-wearing champions than I thought we did. Karma might wear a dress. This is my favorite Karma skin. I think this one's the best one. One of the oldest Karma skins. I might be biased in that regard. I actually just don't think Karma gets a lot of good skins, in my opinion. She has a lot of skins. I just don't think most of them are good. But yeah, let's go back. Hold on, really quick. Let's go back to Karma. Lotus Karma. Which one was Lotus? Because I don't know this stuff. Spirit Blossom, Fairy Queen. Is Lotus the one I have? Order of the Lotus Karma. Is this the one you're saying? Or was it this one? Dawnbringer Karma? Dawnbringer I like. The Sakura Karma. Yeah, let's go slowly back through the karmas. We got Sun Goddess. Oh, okay. Sakura Karma. This is what Karma used to look like by her default skin. That's why it's called traditional Karma. Vex said Janna. Janna, I think I see Janna's default, and then I don't think that she wears dresses because her default is kind of terrible. She's one of the oldest characters, so she's got the most bikini lady default. I'm sure this will change dramatically when they rework this character, but a lot of her old skins are real garbage. She's slowly been gaining more clothes. This is my favorite Janna skin. I play this one because it's excellent. Where it's like the joke skin, and she's just a weather reporter because she's like a weather goddess by default, but this one just turns her into a regular weather reporter, and it's so good. One of my favorite things. This one's wearing a dress. What do you think of this one, Ox? Is this a good dress? Is this an overly designed dress? What's the dress rating? I like this one. I think it's a good skin. I particularly like the aesthetic. Yeah, good luck getting it to look like that in real life. You're right. I like the aesthetic though that she's like walking on the water because it's both giving like obviously the Asian inspired stuff, but I really like that it's also giving like some degree of Lady in the Lake. Like it's a cool mix of the two. Yeah, Janna. I like this Janna. It's a new one. I don't think she really has a lot of what I would call dresses. Dresses. Oriana actually might get more dresses because they keep making Oriana human, which is really funny. Samira. Samira does not wear any dresses. I think Samira has great hair. Love this character. I actually think Samira is surprisingly masculine coded in a lot of her skins. She's an interesting character. If you were to ask me who is the most attractive League of Legends character, I might say Samira on many days. I think Samira's great. Her hair in the default is excellent. Her aesthetic, I really like. I think it's cool, but she's obviously like tattoo lady. I think tattoo lady is very cool. Space Groove, I think, is silly. Western. Soul Fighter has really insane hair. This one might be wearing a dress. It's hard to tell. Is it like a masquerade ball one? That might be a dress, actually. But it could just be a top that's got like a tailcoat and pants. It's kind of hard to tell with Samira. And frankly, she's for the most part kind of pants coated. She's pretty much always pants coated, so my best guess is that this somehow turns into pants. Yeah, I wouldn't have picked her as a character I thought you would like. Like I said, one of my favorites is Zyra. She's a plant. They keep forgetting that. They don't make her a plant most of the time. I think she does wear dresses quite a lot. But I like this one. I actually think almost all the Zyra skins are good. This one's good. This one's pretty good. This one I really like. This one I don't care for, actually. It's not that good. This one I like. Street Demon Zyra is just so good. I think this one is so cool. Yeah, Crystal Rose, very good. Love that one. I really like these Coven Zyras. Then we start to get into really old Zyra. This was before they figured out her aesthetic, and a lot of her early skins are just like weird fire plant lady, grave plant lady, professional team skin, the slutty dragon one. And then they really started to like figure out, okay, high fashion, kind of evil looking. They trended more in a high fashion direction after that. But Street Demon, goes places too. So good. Sick. Love that one. Does Lux wear dresses? Old Lux, probably not. Old Lux. Okay, what about this skin, Ox? This is a dress. Not for you. Yeah, there are quite a ridiculous number of Lux skins, Lux being one of the most popular champions. They make so many skins for her. You probably like this one, Ghost Boy. It's got a really cool Soul Fighter. I think Vex said earlier that he doesn't like Soul Fighter Lux. Let me go back and look at that. See if I can find that. Oh no, he does. He likes Soul Fighter Lux. Nice. Okay. Soul Fighter Lux. Very cool. The Soul Fighter line in general. Okay, Ghost Boy. Yeah, clearly we're now gonna rate champions on feet. We're not gonna do very well. The only champion that As like obviously feet on main is Briar. Oh, but they cropped him out of the client. Here, we got some. We get a little bit of feet. Yeah, I guess we'll have to look this one up. Because Briar. Get the full splash art for Briar. Whoops. Full Briar splash. Oh, did we change it? Oh, no, this is just like somebody putting... Which of these... Are any of these actually the official Briar art? Some of these gotta be it. Open... New tab. Open... Whoops. Just want this... An image. It's the image. Yeah, this is... This is the most... The only skin, or the only champion that I would say is incredibly foot forward is Briar. And whatever's going on with her milky dead eyes. But yeah, she's in the dark, her feet in the spotlight. That's gotta be 5 stars on WikiFeet, or however they rate it. I don't know the WikiFeet system. But yeah, incredibly funny. Silly, silly Briar. This champion is really fun to play. I've actually been... Let's see if it's still in my match history. Look at this game, Vex. Oh, you didn't know, Ox, that WikiFeet exists? I'm so sorry that you now know that. You did bring feet up. Ghost Boy going for the plausible deniability now. I think it's too late, Ghost Boy. I think you're cooked. But yeah, this is probably the funniest Briar game I've ever played. But yeah, let's go back really quick to this one so that I can mostly say goodbye. It was really a very, very fun stream. I'm so glad that everyone who joined could make it for the bits that they did. I had a really great time, and I really appreciate everybody who stopped by. I am incredibly tired. It's been a long day for those of you who know and those of you who don't. I went to a music show at a nightclub yesterday. It was the Iron Mouse concert adjacent to TwitchCon, but it suffered a 1.5 hour delay on starting time, so it ended sometime after midnight. I didn't manage to stay all the way till the end. So my brother was he was done. We just had to get going. We made it through listening to my favorite artist, but then we had to take off before it ended. And so it was a lot of fun though. And then it was about an hour and a half away. So we left like close to 12:30 from the San Diego area, and I think I dropped my brother off at like 2 in the morning, and then I made it home at like 12:30. So it was quite an adventure, but I was up till like 2:30, probably up till like ultimately like 3, because I got home at like 2:30, and then I woke up again at 8. We'll go in for a partial day of work, so I'm pretty exhausted. It was a lot of fun, though. Glad I went. I don't think I will go again to anything that advertises that it's in a nightclub. They are tuned so heavily bass forward. It really... That was the part I struggled with. But yeah, Ox says... Nightclub had technical difficulties, that it wasn't night enough yet. So I had to wait till it was nighter. And indeed, it sucked. Yeah, Ghost Boy. And the Feet Adventures, Silly Feet. So, yeah, Vic says, thank you for stream, it was fun. Ghost Boy agrees. I had a great time. I'm really happy everybody was able to stop by. Is this thing... Yeah. So, thank you, everyone. I will just release us. I will cast us into the void. It's late, and I don't really feel like trying to figure out where to raid, so... I hope everybody has a great evening. Thank you, Griffin, for dropping by. Hope you have a good night as well. So yeah, thanks everybody. Have a good night.